A nice repose. Both fighters fighting from a traditional right-handed grip. Match, and in the last few seconds, scoring some more points in the fight on time. That wraps up the first round. Lorenzo Serentino and Solomon Dimick in list 3.
I just switched over on you. I just switched over. So,
we're waiting for list 2 to pick up. List 2 is Issa Martel and Mickey Guida. In list 2, Issa Martel in red Eastern kit. Luke Salzer in green with a green heater shield. Both fighters circling. There we go. List 2, Issa Martel in the red kit. Mickey Guida in the green heater. Mickey working high and low. Good strike, working at range. Mickey working to the left. Issa looking for their chance to strike. Good combos, high and low from Mickey. Issa looking to block and counter. Countering those high-low shots from Mickey. He's got to have a quick forehand. It looks like he does. Both fighters tying up high and going for some quick low shots to add points. Final seconds. A spin shot by Mickey. And some low shots to follow. Racking up the final points in round 2 on list 2. Again, if you're just joining us on the live stream, welcome back to day 2 of Carolina Carnage. The HMB Pro Fight USA National Qualifiers occurred last night at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. You can find that stream on the Palmetto Knights Facebook channel. List 1. List 1, we have Justin Dottie, and I believe that's Tyler Gentile. I believe Justin is in the Sparrow's helm, black body armor, traditional right-handed grip. If I have my fighter list correct here, we've got Tyler Gentile, the taller fighter in the Sugarloaf helm. Both fighters working high. Good combos. I'm hearing folks call out Josh. That may be Josh Adams. Fighters working high, cross shots. Marshall's watching the action for safety. Good block. Good sweeping shot. Final seconds, wrapping up. And the Marshalls stop the fight. Looking for a winner out of list 1. Against Josh Adams. Moving over to list 2 now. On my schedule, I have Aaron Lukebar and Dakota Miller. We're working to get the marshals to identify the fighters beforehand so we can give you an accurate call here today. Both fighters with a heater shield, right-handed setup, conventional. Posting high, going low. A few good shots and disengaged. With those heater shields, they have lots of coverage, but they move a little slower. Fighters stepping back, watching their range. Working to post and counter, great coverage from the heater. Again, low shots. Circling around. Today's action are the duelists. 1 versus 1 in list 2 for Sword and Shield. Men's Sword and Shield. The winner of today's tournament will represent the United States national team at the HMB World Championships in Romania later this year. The final seconds counting down in list 2. We've got a pole arm fight about to begin in list 3. In list 3, I believe we have Lorenzo Sorrentino versus Lorenzo, I believe, is in the red, white, and blue. Christopher in the green. Folks in the chat, if I get a fighter's name wrong, please help me by correcting. Both fighters tying high. Working cross shots. A couple of good headshots coming in from Christopher. Lorenzo posting high, likely to sweep low. And Christopher takes the advantage. Both fighters circling around. Both fighters tying high. Christopher taking the higher position. Holding the swords up there and tying up will wear your opponent quickly. But both fighters maintaining that position. Tying high, good shot from Lorenzo. A second. Those headshots with the heavy weapons and the heavy helmets aren't going to feel much through there. But those arm shots will really start to take their toll on the fighter's strength as the fight and the day continues. Many of these fighters are competing across multiple categories. Another good headshot from Lorenzo. Really working the left side of Christopher's helm. A good block and riposte again to the left side of Christopher. Christopher needs to get that sword over. And the fight is called on time. Moving over to list 1. And that fight's wrapping up now. We've got a fight going in list 2. A sword and shield fight. This should be Luke Salzer in the green and Mickey Guida also in green. Mickey with the green, light green trimmed in white. Luke, the dark fabric body armor, a green and gold shield. Both fighters working their range. Less tying up here than we've seen some of the others. Both fighters maintaining their grips, working their lines and angles. We're keeping the camera on list 2, but Jonathan McCartney appears to have just defeated Sean Fabian in longsword in list 1. Still in list 2, the action between Mickey and Luke. Luke in the light green. Correction, Mickey in the light green. Last few seconds wrapping up. Catching a few quick low shots. And round 4 wraps up in list 2. We have longsword list 1 and 3, with sword and shield fights continuing in list 2. Moving over to list 3 now, we have the first women's longsword fight of the day. Alex Sloan in black with a white belt, and Shan Lindley in black with the red and checky collar. These two fighters are the first women's longsword fight of the day. It appears that Sloan will be coming in a conventional right-handed grip. Shan with the left on top. The mirrored format should allow for a lot of same-side striking. Good arm shot by Shan, followed up by a return by Sloan. The top grip hand for both fighters. Typically one of the better targets at range. Body shot coming in from Shan. Sloan with a good arm shot. Both fighters working their angles, not tying up. Swinging the sword rather than wrestling with it. Both fighters taking a high, more vertical guard. Quick moving, good defense, a little less power, but as long as there's enough to score points, these head and arm shots will continue. Neither fighting choosing to go low yet. Good blocking and contact. Shan with a couple of good headshots. Sloan following up with a body. And Shan with a body on the right side. Another on the right side of Sloan. Sloan returning with arm shots. And both fighters switching their targets. Wrapping up the last few seconds of the first women. We're working on getting the marshals to give us a nice clear call on the winners. We'll be watching list 3 to see if they'll announce for us. Marshals checking with the judges on points. Again, if you're just now joining us, we'd like to welcome you back for day 2 of Carolina Carnage, presented by the Palmetto Knights. We're broadcasting live from Clemson, South Carolina. We're going to be on list 3 for a moment to see if we can catch the winner over there. And then we'll be switching to list 2 in just a moment.
We'll come back as soon as someone comes out.
Okay.
We'll come back.
All right, we're switching over to list 2. We're going to wait for the marshals in list 3. Right now in list 2, we have a sword and shield fight. I believe this is Shoshana Shellens. Shoshana Shellens. I believe Shoshana is in the red, Jade in the blue. Both fighters tying high with their shields, working those low shots. In sword and shield, tying that shield high can protect the upper body, while the low shots can rain in for points. Good headshots. Jade continuing to land low shots. And Shoshana returning those low shots. Mixing up some low and high. Last few seconds wrapping up. Last few seconds wrapping up between Jade and Shoshana. Shoshana posting high again, racking up those last few low leg shots. And again, the technique seems to be blocking high, although high shots to wrap up the end. A good round. It appears we may have a marshal's decision. It looks like there may have been a tie for that list. And Sloan and Shan back at it for a second round to determine the winner here. Fighters at a furious pace to get ahead in points. Arm shots, head shots seem to be the focus now. Both top hand shots. Shan circling to her left. Sloan following, pressing the action. Sloan landing a good hand shot there. Both fighters blocking across. Another good left arm shot from Sloan. Shan blocking and countering. Blocking her post to the other side. Shan trying to catch up those blocks in between headshots of her own. A good counter riposte. Fight pretty well matched. Neither fighter tying high or going for those low shots, wanting to make sure they prevent the other fighter from gaining an advantage on strikes to the head and shoulders. Shan circling her left with a good headshot on Sloan. Sloan returning. A good low shot from Sloan. More hand shots back and forth. Sloan pressing the action forward. Shan working her distance with a good headshot. Sloan changing levels, high and mid. Marshall's going back to the judges, looking for a winner. On list 3 for a winner over there. It looks like list 1's long sword fights have wrapped up pretty quickly. I think we had some fighters that were not able to make the list this morning. Those wrapped up much faster than expected, and we're on to sword and shield on list 1. We'll bring you some sword and shield action over there. On list 3, the winner declared is Shan Lindley. The marshals to point out the fighters for us for identification purposes. Take my best guess if Anton shield. But there also seems to be a Club Knyaz USA fighter in there as well, so try to keep the names down on the commentary until we can determine for sure. Lots of movement from the Eastern fighter. High and low, changing angles, making use of that center grip heater. Working the gaps above the heater. Probably a 5-to-1 ratio of shots thrown by the Eastern fighter. That Eastern armor provides for a lot more movement. Halfway through the fight in list 2. Eastern fighter working those low shots on a cross. Again, low. His opponent alternating shots to the head, continuing the momentum. Wrapping up the final round with one other good low shot. We've got a great fight going on in list 3. List 3 looks like it's Christopher Simpson and Solomon Demick. Both fighters tying high. Guiding those arm shots in. Those arm shots are fast, great point getters, and will wear out a fighter's arms over time. It's also quite frustrating. Good block and riposte. Working that far range. Fighter in green pressing the action for the most. Fighter in black and yellow Working the arms at distance, circling left. Wrapping up the long sword fight in list 3. We're going to move over to list 1 for a sword and shield fight. We've got, I believe, Nathan Renaud in the center grip Pavase shield. Blue body armor. His opponent, I believe, is Chasen Richardson, in black with the red and black shield. Working a cross shot there, trying to... Nathan posting high, going low, scoring points on the lower leg. Nathan with 2 good offside shots. And again, low for Nathan. Christopher chopping high, changing levels. Nathan working his movement. Neither fighter wanting to tie up. Nathan, the left-handed fighter with a center grip shield. Left-handed fighters tend to frustrate right-handed fighters. And a good offside by Nathan. Nathan watching his lines, feigning high, striking low, scoring more points to the front leg of Chasen. Chasen also trying to fake and strike low. That center grip has a lot of movement. Again, low shots. Chasen stepping over, firing to the right side of Nathan to wrap up round 2 of Sword and Shield in list 1. Looking for a victor. The marshals speaking with the judges for that Sword and Shield fight between Nathan Renaud and Chasen Richardson. Looks like the marshals will be calling the fighters in. Victor, Nathan Renaud. In list 2, we have a sword and shield fight gearing up. I believe this is the second sword and shield fight for women's sword and shield. Shoshana Shellens and Anna Metz. Although that may be Alex Sloan. The list may have changed somewhat. Both fighters going with a conventional right-handed setup. Shoshana with a center grip heater. The round shield of her opponent looks like a center grip, but it is strapped. So will be stronger but less mobile. Fighters working high now. For those of you just joining us, welcome to the United States HMB National Qualifiers. These United States slots represent the U.S. team at the HMB World Championships Battle of the Nations in Romania later this year. Shoshana changing levels. Posting high, striking low, low, high. Wrapping up the final seconds there. Again, posting high, 2 low and 1 high. Crossover shots. Wrapping up that round. We're going to stay on list 2 looking for a winner. Marshals going to the judges. Today's morning action is duels. Long sword, sword and shield, and sword and buckler. Starting at noon today, we'll have the melees. On list 2, both fighters coming together. to get a winner. Correction. Apologize to those fans watching on live stream. That fight was with Jade. Maybe Jade and Alex, it looks like from the list. Jade in red, Alex in the black. Jade in red, winning strongly. List number 1. We have another sword and shield fight coming in. That fight in list 1 looks to be Nathan Renaud and I believe Daniel Murphy. Nathan Renaud in the blue body armor with the center grip of a shield, fighting left-handed. Daniel Murphy in the red, white, and blue shield, blue body armor, fighting right-handed. Marshals shutting the gate, beginning round 4, list 1, sword and shield. Nathan won his earlier match against Chasen Richardson. Daniel had a scheduled fight earlier with Christopher Beckus. We didn't get that fight on the primary stream, but this should be a good round. Both fighters saluting. Daniel working right, working toward Nathan's sword side, but posting across, working to pin high. Nathan using Daniel's shield as cover. Nathan striking high and low. The Daniel crossover shot to the back right side of Nathan's helm. Both fighters tying their shield. With Daniel's shield on. Daniel's working to press the left-hander. Striking high and low. Nathan returning with his own low shot. A great sword and shield fight going on here in list 1. Again, Daniel striking low. Nathan returning low. Daniel pressing Nathan's shield down. That center grip's able to move out of the way and recover quickly. Both fighters working their distance. Nathan working the offside. Daniel blocking. Low shot from Nathan. Chopping shot from Daniel. Nathan blocks. Goes to the corner. The way Nathan approached the corner in that position actually benefited him backing into the corner. Is it put the gate on the shield side rather than the sword side. Great fight. We have a pole arm fight. Looking to identify the fighters there. You'll see the rope barrier. That barrier in the center prevents those pole arm fighters from crossing over. This may be Brad Blackman and John Stagmeyer. Fighter in black working that cross guard. Fighter in green working the vertical grip. That vertical grip has lots of power and creates the ability to strike low. The cross grip, very defensive. These pole arm fights can easily end up in a grapple without some type of barrier between them. And we're wrapping up that pole arm fight in list 3. Moving to list number 2. Can we turn the mic down for a second? Austin! Austin! I need to know who wins. Awesome, thank you. And can we announce the fighters' names, please? Can you shout the fighters' names at me? Perfect. Thank you. All right, in list 2, we have Jonathan McCartney and Anton Malikov. They have fought to a tie in their first round and will have a tiebreaker round. Their fight number 7 in men's sword and shield in list 2. Jonathan McCartney on the right side of the list. Red body armor with the red and black shield. Anton, the black Eastern kit. Anton fighting with a center grip heater. Jonathan fighting with a strap heater. Judges are calculating. Timekeepers getting ready for the tiebreaker round. Great fight so far today. If you missed the Pro Fight live stream last night, it should be available on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page. In list 2, we have the tiebreaker round between Anton Malikov and Jonathan McCartney. Fighters salute. Both fighters very mobile, very active. Anton throwing first, Jonathan scoring fork through the low blow, working into the corner. Anton, fast sword movement. Jonathan returning high. Both fighters working around each other's shield. Jonathan pressing the action. Good shot to the left side of Anton's head. Anton moving out of the way. Jonathan following. Jonathan striking low. Jonathan catching some of those low shots. Working in list 2. And that's the tiebreaker round for list 2. Moving back over to list 3. We're going to wait for the judges' calculations from list 2 while we're doing that. We're back on list 3. Arm round. Wrapping up the earlier fight. So we've still got eyes down on list 2 for you while the camera's on list 3. Marshals are announcing the winners a little better right now, but it's a little hard to hear over there in list 3. I believe the winner for that one was Brad Blackman.
Yeah, if we could find that stuff.
Looking for a marshal's call. Although both fighters are shooting back, we may be in another tie. We've got a lot of fighting going on later today. The day opens with these duels matches that you're seeing now. Continuing with melees at noon. The 5 versus 5 melees. It looks like still in list 2, we have Anton and Jonathan possibly suiting up for a second tiebreaker round. A great fight with lots of good movement out of these two fighters. We have the 5 versus 5 melees beginning at noon today. The 12 versus 12, I believe at 2 o'clock Eastern time, all times Eastern. All right, we're still waiting on list 1, or we're waiting on a decision from list 2, but we're going to list 3 for a polearm fight. until list 2 is ready. I believe that polearm fight is between Lorenzo Sorrentino and Kelly McMinns. Both fighters working in angled grip. Using the head to grapple and strike. Fighter in yellow working those on-hand switching grips. And again, the barrier keeping either fighter from tying up too much. All right, going back to list number 2. It looks like we're about to begin the tiebreaker round, the second tiebreaker round. Okay. Looks like the fight in list 1 is wrapping up. We're going back to 3 to continue that polearm duel. Fighter in yellow working the cross guard. Fighter in black working a high guard. Fighter in yellow doing a good job of striking and pulling with the head of that polearm, trying to pull his opponent either off balance or out of position. Good head shot from yellow. And another. Yellow switching grip, black switching guard. Last few seconds, wrapping up. Polearm duels, list 3. Moving back to list number 2. We have the second tiebreaker round between Anton Malakov and Jonathan McCartney. A fast-moving fight. They could do tiebreaker rounds with these two guys all day. It's a great fight to watch. Jonathan using that strapped heater to great defensive effect. Blocking and returning shots. A good cross shot and low from Jonathan. Anton working his distance. Striking low, crossbody. And the second tiebreaker round wraps up. We'll see this time if fighters were able to convince the judges. We'll keep an eye on list 2 for you. See if we can get commitment from the judges on a winner for that second tiebreaker round. We're going to move you back to list number 1 for now. List number 1 looks like Daniel Murphy in the blue body armor. Chasen Richardson in the black and red shield. Pressing the action into the corner, striking low, racking up several shots, guarding high with that heater. Daniel crossing the shield over to an offside shot. Daniel with a chopping shot down. Chasen working 2 shots low and high. Marshall stopping the action. Going back to list 2 here, we have a winner for you between Anton Malakov and Jonathan McCartney. Jonathan McCartney announced the winner after the second tiebreaker round for Sword and Shield. Moving back to list number 3. Good headshot from the fighter in green. Working that right side conventional grip, and his axe broke. Marshall stopped a little bit of good-humored frustration while he replaces his weapon. Again, if you recognize these fighters, call them out in the live stream, in the chat box. We'll do our best to identify today as we can. Still working with the marshals for individual identifiers. Again, the fighter in black stepping in, scoring good shots to the head. Red, white, and blue fighter, conventional stance. The slimmer-headed poleaxe. Good block. Both fighters working distance from the barrier. Fighter in green looking like he wants to fight a little closer. In comparing these types of fights, some of these polearm fights are kind of like a sniper battle with an Abrams tank. Hit, it's going to be thunder. Looks like that polearm fight has taken a pause. We're going to move you back to list number 2. List number 2, a sword and shield fight. I think now we have Alex Sloan and Shoshana Shellens. I was calling this fight earlier, but it was actually Jade and Alex Sloan. This fight, Shoshana and Sloan. Shoshana in the blue and white with a crow emblazoned. Alex Sloan, black body armor, light colored belt, and a black center grip heater. Both fighters fighting in a conventional right-handed stance. Both fighters choosing to fight unorthodox foot placement. The right foot forward, the weapon foot forward. More aggressive. Shoshana working those right hand high shots on the left side of Sloan's helmet. Sloan working a cross body. Both fighters with great shield movement. We saw Alex Sloan yesterday using the I-33 movement to great effect in the HMB Pro fights. Again, setting up with a similar stance today with that center grip heater. Both fighters working high shots, great combos. Shoshana with a low shot and high. Great combos coming from the fighter in blue. Changing levels. All right. In list number 2, it goes to the judges. List 2 looking for a fight for you here. Again, great fighting so far this morning in men's and women's sword and shield. Men's long sword, women's long sword, and polearm. The 5 versus 5 melees begin at 12 p.m. Eastern Time in about 2 hours. In about 2 hours at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. All right. In list 2, we have a winner, Shoshana Shellens. Best Alex Sloan. Austin?
It was Shoshana.
Okay. Austin. Austin! Okay. He's doing great. He's the one marshal telling me anything. We've got a little break in between the fights right now. Looks like we have a polearm fight coming up in list 3. And then later today at about 4 o'clock Eastern Time, about 6 hours from now, we'll have the men's 12s melee competition. We're going to move you back to list number 2 right now. Back to list number 2 now for a sword and shield fight. Picking up with Jonathan McCartney and Sean Fabian. Jonathan McCartney in red with the white and black shield.
We just need some paper.
Oh, cool. How many? Just one?
I got list 3s. I'll write it down right quick for you.
Awesome. All right, back to list number 2. We have Jonathan McCartney in the red body armor with the red and black shield, fighting with a strap heater, right-handed conventional setup. Fighting against Sean Fabian, the black and red tabard. He has a strapped heater, fighting right-handed. Jonathan fresh off an intense battle with 2 tiebreaker rounds with Anton Molokov coming out the victor. Good sword and shield bout coming up for you in list 2. We thank you for joining us on the live stream of today's USA HMB National Qualifiers. The winners today will go on to represent Team USA at the HMB World Championships, the Battle of the Nations, in Romania later this year. The HMB Pro Fights, the qualifiers were had yesterday at 5 p.m. You can find that on the Facebook channel for Palmetto Knights. Palmetto Knights, the home team, the premier medieval combat league in South Carolina. Many of the staff volunteers here today are Palmetto Knights, friends, family, and supporters. Big thank you to the rest of the broadcast team here. Greg with the technical setup, and Brent as well. I'm Jonathan, the Dr. Holloway. Bringing Jonathan and Sean clash in the center. Jonathan working his angles. Both fighters working a bit of a stutter step, trying to get their opponent's footwork off. Sean striking low. Jonathan there with the blocks. Jonathan going low. Tight defensive stance from Jonathan. Good onside shot, left side of Sean's head. Good crossbody, blocked by Jonathan. Good onside head. Jonathan looking to pick his shots a little closer this match. Good onside head for Jonathan. Sean returning, but blocked. Sean with a couple of low shots. Scoring at least one low there, it seems. Both fighters tying a little bit near the rail. Sean pressing the action forward. Jonathan pressed in the corner, blocking and returning a shot. Good defense. Continued action going on. Jonathan working his angles. Stepping left. Good shot from Sean. Last few seconds wrapping up. And list number 2 goes to the judges. We have some updates for you from list number 3 from earlier. In the longsword competition, Lorenzo Sorrentino defeated Solomon Dimick. Lorenzo also defeated Christopher Simpson in round 2. Shan Lindley defeated Alex Sloan for the women's longsword competition. And Solomon Dimick defeated Christopher Simpson in men's longsword competition. We'll get you those winners' updates as the day progresses. Judges to speak at list 2. We're going to see if they can get us either a tiebreaker announcement. We'll keep an eye out on list 2 for you, but we're moving to list 1 now for sword and shield fight. Looks like another round between Daniel Murphy and Chasen Richardson. Daniel in the blue, Chasen in the black. We have an announcement from list number 2. Sean Fabian wins Sword and Shield from list number 2 in the previous fight. Daniel and Chasen fighting in list 1. Daniel in blue, Chasen in black with the red and black shield. Chasen pressing that shield high, working the low shots, adding up points quickly early in the round. Really pressing the action. The Marshals look like they've called a temporary stop to the fight for an armor repair. We have a right shoulder hanging off of Chasen Richardson. He'll have a brief period of time to work to repair that. I believe 60 seconds. I sure hope he can get that repaired. With all his action in that first part of the round, we deserve to see a good finish to that fight. We should be back to it in just a moment. We have a sword and buckler fight gearing up in list 2. We're going to stay on list 1 for now, but the sword and buckler fight in list 2 will be between Alex Sloan and Jay Bowden. Looks like we're going to have a Marshals announcement from list 1. And the winner there is Chasen Richardson. Going to list number 3 for a polearm fight. A nice little tap to wrap up that round. Looks like we may have had a weapon tie-up issue there. Marshals restarting the action in list 3 for polearm. Fighter in yellow, strong shots to the helm with opponent in green. This may be a tiebreaker round from earlier. Fighters resetting at the order of the Marshals. Good arm shot by yellow. Green working a cross shot. Fighter in yellow drawing back. Marshals stopping the action, ready to restart. Fighter in yellow with the reach advantage. That Buckler fights tend to be quick-moving affairs. Sloan striking first. Good headshots. We've got round 2. Fighters watching their list. Jade with first contact in round 2. Arms and going low. Going for round 3. Alex, Sloan in black. 1 round apiece. Jade in red. Sloan throwing first. Jade with the dodge. First contact from Jade. And it looks like we have a call from the marshal. That round looks like it's going to Jade. Good fight for the first round of women's sword and buckler. Winner there, Jade Bowden. We're going to go to list 1 now. We have Nathan Renaud versus Anton Molokov for men's sword and buckler. Nathan Renaud, the left-handed fighter, in blue. Anton, the right-hander, in the black Eastern kit. This begins the men's sword and buckler competition for this morning. Correction, there was already a men's sword and buckler round scheduled. We may have had the camera on list 2 or 3 for that. But we have Anton Molokov and Nathan Renaud in list 1 for men's sword and buckler. Again, we're going to go with best of list 3, the marshals, making sure the instructions are clear to the judges. Marshals checking for readiness. Fighters saluting. I expect this round to be very mobile. Nathan throwing first. Buckler is one of those types of fights you can't afford to be too reactive. You have to be very proactive for Buckler. Good strike to the head by Nathan. Good block. Good dodge. Crossover shots from Anton. Nathan returning to the body. Good sword work from both fighters. Again, crossover low from Anton. May have scored. Up. May have an injury. He's laughing. He's laughing, so it may not be too bad. They have a marshal stoppage for Anton. Got EMS going over to check him out. Anton Molokov in the black. Nathan Renaud in the blue. Action stopped in list 1 right now. Again, if you're just joining us, welcome to day 2 of Carolina Carnage, broadcasted to you live from Clemson, South Carolina at the T. Ed Garrison Rodeo Arena. The live stream today brought to you by the Palmetto Knights, South Carolina's premier medieval fight club. Yesterday, day 1 of Carolina Carnage featured HMBIA USA national qualifiers for the pro fights for men's and women's. Fighters facing each other in their own weight class and a cross-weight class for the choices. This morning's action began at 9 o'clock for duelists. Sword and shield, sword and buckler is beginning now. Men and women's longsword. We're looking to get you updates on the final champions from those. Anton's got his helmet back on in list 1. Hopefully able to continue. Looks like he will. Later today at noon, we'll be featuring the men's melees, 5 versus 5. And about 4:20 today, 4 o'clock, we'll hope to get that live stream up for the men's 12 versus 12 melee. The men's 12 versus 12 should wrap out the day. If there are some fighters left, we might even get a for fun all versus all at the end. We'll see what we can put together for you folks. Thank you for joining us in the live stream. Again, restarting list number 1, Anton Malikov and Nathan Renaud. Nathan, the left-hander, in blue. Anton in black. Anton's movement unfazed by the medical stoppage. Good shot high from Nathan. And low. Both fighters returning high. Pass call by the judges. First round. Looks like first round was called in favor of Nathan. We've got round 2 in list 1. Continuing. If Nathan can win in 2, he'll have 1 fewer fight, 1 fewer round between his next opponent. Anton working range, trying to work around the buckler of Nathan. Nathan making first contact low. Anton with a cross shot, blocked by Nathan. Highs and lows. Nathan striking low, Anton high. Anton cross. Nathan's weapon is lost. He'll recover and reposition. And the action begins again. Anton circling right. Baiting a few shots to Nathan's buckler. Nathan striking low twice. High for Anton. High again. Judges working with the marshals now. Looking to see if this will be going to a 3rd round. Again, thank you for joining us today. We're most of the way through the men's and women's duels competitions. And we've got an announcement from list 1. Nathan Renaud winning the first men's sword and buckler competition, winning in 2 rounds. Moving over to list 3, we have a pole arm fight picking up there. Fighters frustrated with the weapons tying up into the barrier. The pole arm fight wrapping up there. We're going to move you back to list number 2 for a women's sword and buckler. We have Jade in red and Shoshana in blue. Both fighters fighting conventional, right-handed. Jade winning earlier against Alex Sloan. This will be a best of 3 round. Shoshana on the left in blue. Jade on the right in red. Beginning the action, Jade throws first. Both making first contact about the same time. Very active arm shots from Jade. And low, a marshal calling. As the marshals go to speak with the judges. First round going to Jade. Second round, Jade in red, Shoshana in blue. Defensive first parts of the round with Jade making first contact. See? All right. We have Jade winning women's sword and buckler round. Moving to list number 1. On list number 1, we have Issa Martell. Issa Martell, I believe, in the red. And Luke Salzer in black. Both fighters fighting right-handed. Good shots low from Issa. Going to the marshals. Luke starting with a low crossed guard. And the feint works to make first contact to the body. A couple of low shots. Issa working high. Luke working low. Marshall's calling it. Luke winning in 2 rounds against Issa. Moving to list number 3. We have a pole arm fight. We're going to give you a couple of updates from the other lists. We have from list 2, men's and women's. First fight was Issa Martell and Luke Salzer, with Luke being the victor. The second fight, Issa and Mickey Guida, Mickey coming out on top. The third fight was Aaron Lukvar and Dakota Miller, Dakota winning that competition. The fourth fight, Mickey Guida and Luke Salzer, Mickey coming out on top. Then we had Jade Bowden and Shoshana Shellens, with Shoshana winning. Anton Malikov versus Sean Fabian, Anton coming out the victor. Jade Bowden versus Alex Sloan, with Jade winning. Anton Malikov and Jonathan McCartney. Earlier, I thought they said that Jonathan McCartney had won that round, but I've got Anton circled down here for the tiebreakers. Shoshana Shellens next versus Alex Sloan. Shoshana the winner there. And then Jonathan McCartney versus Sean Fabian. Sean Fabian coming out on top. We're going to take you to list 1 now. For men's sword and buckler. We have Sean Fabian and Aaron Lukvar. Sean in the black and red. Luke in the Milanese kit. Both fighters changing levels. Judges call the first round. Looks like Sean winning the first round there. Fighter salute, beginning round 2. Luke pressing the action. Sean with a vertical chopping shot. Sean landing high, and again high. Sean showing lots of movement. Luke defending. And another good high shot from Sean. Luke stepping low. Judges calling. Fighters going back to their corners. One each. One for Sean and 1 round for Luke. Going to the 3rd round. The 3rd round in list number 1 for men's sword and buckler. To decide the winner of this match. Between Sean Fabian in the black and red and Aaron Luke Barr in the Milanese kit. We've got a victor being called here. Looks like Sean Fabian besting Aaron Luke Farr. Good fight, men's sword and buckler round. Next up in list number 1, we have Christopher Beckus and Anton Molokov. Moving you over to list number 2 now. We have Shoshana in the blue, looking to see who her opponent is. And Jade. Shoshana and Jade look like they're coming back for another round of women's sword and buckler. Thank you again. If you're just joining us, today's broadcast is coming to you live from Clemson, South Carolina. This is the HMB USA National Qualifiers. Jade in red, Shoshana in blue. Shoshana making contact low, too high. Jade returning low. Judges calling that round. Again, thank you for joining us. This morning's live stream started just a little after 9 o'clock this morning with the duels tournaments. And I didn't see a marshal's call in that one, but it looked like Jade won. Moving you back to list number 1 now. This list we have Nathan Renaud in the blue, fighting left hand, sword and buckler. His opponent is listed as Dakota Miller. Again, if you're familiar with these fighters, and if I happen to get a name wrong, please let us know in the comments, correct us, give us a good description of the fighter, and let us know who you're cheering for. Do you have the link for the stream?
I do.
I'm trying to send it out to folks, and I still don't have it.
I've got it on my Facebook page, so
I thought it was on the Come Out of Night's channel. But
it's not. No, it's not. So let me get it to you.
HMBIA USA?
Yep. Carolina Carnage, HMBIA USA.
Ready to go up when you are.
Got it.
All right, we have men's sword and buckler in list number 1. Dakota swinging first. Nathan with a good block high. Nathan working a very defensive approach here. Again, sword and buckler for counted blows, not for time. So fighters taking their time, working a bit of a chess match here. Good defense there, good aggression. Both fighters clash in the center of the ring. Dakota with some good overhand shots. Crossbody. Judges call it. All right, we've got round 2 here. Nathan on the left in blue, Dakota in the red, white, and blue. Nathan, the left-handed fighter. Both fighters working their distance. First contact comes from Dakota. Fighters tying up in the center of the ring. Nathan low. Both fighters dropping their swords. Looks like Dakota's went down first. Resetting and ready to continue round 2. In list number 2, it appears we have a women's sword and buckler fight between Shoshana and Alex Sloan getting ready to begin. Got the camera still on list number 1 over here. Nathan in blue, Dakota in red, white, and blue. Ready to begin round 3. Nathan. Oh, correction. To finish round 2. Looks like Nathan winning in 2. And victory to Nathan Reynaud in 2 rounds. Nathan Reynaud defeated Anton Malikov from men's sword and buckler earlier, and defeats Dakota Miller, men's sword and buckler. Moving you over to list number 2 now. Ready to begin a sword and buckler match between Shoshana and Alex Sloan. Fighter salute in the center. Shoshana taking a high guard. Both fighters working range. First score coming from Shoshana low. working Sloane's left leg. First round, scored 5 in favor of Shoshana. Ready for the second round. Sloane likely to press the action here. Both with good defense and repose. Good hand defense. Shots coming in low. And the judges call 5 points for Shoshana, declaring her the winner in 2 rounds. All right, we're going to move you. We're trying to catch another polearm fight over there for you, but the list 3 is not active at the moment. We'll try to get you some more polearm action in just a moment. But right now, we're going to bring you back to list number 1. List number 1 for a fight between Issa Martel. Issa Martel in the red kit, and Sean Fabian in red and black. Looks like we have a coach taking a unorthodox route to the corner. Ready to begin the next round of men's sword and buckler. Sean Fabian, red and black, right-handed setup. Issa Martel, also right-handed. Fighters ready. Salute and begin. First contact coming from Sean. Good repose from Issa. Highs and lows, changing levels. Expecting a marshal's call. There we go. These buckler fights are best of 3 rounds. If a fighter manages to win in the first 2, they can save the energy and not have to expend for that 3rd round. They're scored first to 5 points, landed on their opponent. Must score either a total of 10 or 15 to win. These fights are not timed, and thus can be extremely fast. Round 2, Sean making first contact. Issa going low, Sean going low. One of the challenges when scoring and watching these bouts, if they're using a metal shield, it's sometimes hard to tell the difference between a shot that's blocked with the shield and one that lands on metal. However, I prefer to fight with a metal shield. It's got a bit more durability to it, of course, and I like the weight and movement and good balance that a good buckler can make. It looks like that's a common choice for fighters today. Button 2. Perfect. All right, now we have another polearm fight for you going on. We've got, looks like Alex Sloane in black fighting in list number 3. Her opponent is Lauren Lucken in red and black. Lauren looks like she has a slight reach advantage with her polearm. Brief bind, but breaks free. This is the first fight from Lauren today. Sloane has been competing in women's sword and buckler, sword and shield, and also long sword. Both fighters working range. Good defense from both fighters. Looks like Sloane picked up a good point there. All right. Timed in that fight. Both fighters taking a break. We're going to keep the camera on list number 3, but to give you a bit of an update, we have men's sword and shield, sword and buckler continuing in list number 1. Between Aaron Lukefar and Luke Salzer. Getting ready to come back for the second part of Alex Sloan and Lauren Lucken for their polearm fight. This is the only women's polearm fight scheduled for today. Alex Sloan in black, the light-colored belt. Lauren in the red and black quarter. Lauren throwing the first shot, blocked. Both fighters with great defense and a cross guard. Good shot landing from Sloan. Both fighters limited by the barrier in the center of the ring. If you're new to this, they cannot cross that yellow barrier in the center. They cannot step across it. Frequently, polearm duels will end up in a tied-up situation if not for that barrier, but the barrier itself does end up creating some binds with weapons. Both fighters looking to strike from range here. Lauren with a slight range advantage. A little bit of a choke up. Lauren landing a low shot on Sloan. Again, swinging low. Sloan moves the legs, dodged the strike. A good body shot on Sloan, and round 2 comes to a close. We're going to bring you over to list number 1 for the men's sword and buckler fight between Aaron Lukefar in the Milanese kit and Luke Salzer in the black. We'll get you an update from list number 3 in just a moment. Luke Salzer winning the men's sword and buckler competition in list 1. More men's sword and buckler to follow. Next up in that list should be Christopher Beckus and Nathan Renaud. We'll watch for that. Switching back to women's polearm. The winner there is Lauren Lucken. Lauren Lucken winning women's polearm. A great fight with Alex Sloan. Great action today. Again, if you're just now joining us, we are the Palmetto Knights broadcast team coming to you live from Clemson University at the T. Ed Garrison Rodeo Arena in South Carolina. It is 10:50 Eastern Time. This morning's action is day 2 of Carolina Carnage. Yesterday's HMB action came at 5 o'clock. We had the men's and women's pro fights for the national qualifiers, selecting the champions to represent Team USA at the HMB World Championships, the Battle of the Nations, which will happen in Romania later this year. We're taking you to list 1 now for a sword and buckler fight. We have Issa Martel and, that is Anton Malikov and Dakota Miller. Anton Malikov in the black Eastern kit, Dakota Miller in the red, white, and blue. Anton fighting right-handed, Dakota as well. Again, the men's sword and buckler competition is a best of 3 rounds, though a fighter can win by having victory in the first 2. It's scored not with most points during a given time, but by first to 5 clean, solid strikes. Again, Anton on the left in the black Eastern kit, Dakota in the red, white, and blue on the right of your screen. Both fighters working range. Anton fast-moving fighter, Dakota, as well. Crossover shots, good defense from both fighters. Good shot low and high. Dakota low, Anton countering high. Anton going low, Dakota going high. Buckler can create some very fast rounds. First round going to Anton. Fighters salute for the second round. Dakota closing quickly. Anton landing to the head and then the leg. Changing levels. And the judges call. And the judges call. Looks like it's going to be Anton Malakov winning in the first 2 rounds. Moving over to list number 3. We've got a men's polearm round going. Looks like a piece of padding may have come off the fighter in black. We have an update for you from List 1 from earlier today, beginning the live stream shortly after 9 Eastern Time. We had men's longsword, Justin Dottie defeating Tyler Gentile. Nate Maxfield defeating Chasen Richardson. Jonathan McCartney defeating Christopher Beckus. Followed by Josh Adams besting Tyler Gentile. Sean Fabian over Christopher Beckus. Justin Dottie defeating Josh Adams. Nate Maxfield besting Nathan Renaud. And Jonathan McCartney over Sean Fabian. We'll give you updates from Sword and Shield from List 1 in just a moment. Keeping you on List 3 here for men's polearm. Fighter in yellow looking like he has, again, a reach advantage. I believe we're watching Brad Blackman and Kelly McMims over there in men's polearm in List 3. A little bit of a binding. That round goes to a pause. We're going to bring you back to list number 1 now. We've just had round 1 for men's sword and buckler between Aaron Lukefar in the Milanese kit and Issa Martel in the red kit. Both fighters fighting right-handed. Marshall starting the action again. Both fighters feigning high, going low. The shield gone. A gracious recovery allowed there. Again, strikes low from Issa. And judges call that. Marshall explained that dropping a weapon will stop the fight, but dropping a buckler will not. Issa very, very sportsmanlike, allowing Aaron to recover. We're on to the next round. Issa throwing first. Flurry of blows, high and low. Issa going low again. Marshall's preparing to call. The winner, Aaron Luke Farr. Those updates from List 1 earlier, men's Sword and Shield, Daniel Murphy bested Christopher Beckus. Nathan Renaud topped Chasen Richardson. Chasen Richardson defeated Christopher Beckus. Daniel Murphy defeated Nathan Renaud. And Nathan Renaud defeated Christopher Beckus. We should have at least one more fight in List 1 for men's Sword and Buckler. List 2 looks to have wrapped up. And List 3 looks like it may have wrapped up as well. Bring you into list number 1. Preparing for what appears to be the last fight of the men's duels sword and buckler. This morning's action represented the duelist category for HMB USA national qualifiers. Following this morning's action, at noon today, in about 1 hour, we will have men's 5 versus 5 melee Buhurt group battles. And at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, we'll have the men's 12 versus 12. The men and women's 5 versus 5 will begin at noon Eastern Time in about 1 hour. This sword and buckler battle between Luke Salzer in black and Sean Fabian in the black and red. Both fighters in a right-handed setup. Luke throwing first from the low guard. Sean stepping in, making first contact. Luke preferring the backhand shots. Judges watching closely here. First round called for Luke. First round goes to Luke. Sean needs to win this round to stay in it. Luke starting with the low guard. Sean ready, blocking. Luke switching to the high guard. Again, Sean ready with that block. Sean blocking low, maintaining his shield down, but having fast buckler movement. Luke scoring low. Sean high. Sean watching his range there, recovering from a dodge to land a strike to Luke's head. Luke feigning high and striking low. Judges call. We'll see where they're at. Again, thank you for joining us for the second day of Carolina Carnage. Brought to you live from Clemson, South Carolina, at T. Ed Garrison Rodeo Arena. Sean must have won the second round, otherwise we wouldn't be going to a third. One round apiece. Luke in black. Sean Fabian in the black and red. Fighters salute. Luke attacking low, going high. Judges will be calling it here. All right, waiting for a marshal's call. Lots of quick low strikes from Luke. After men's sword and buckler, make sure that you check us back out at 12 o'clock Eastern Time today. Marshall's announcing the winner as Luke Salzer. All right, we're going to try to go to the YouTube comment section for the live stream. All right, for those of you still watching on the YouTube live stream, looks like we've got 51 current watchers. Shout out where you're watching from. Again, to wrap up the action from earlier today, we've had men's and women's dual competition for HMB USA National Qualifiers. The winners going on to the HMB World Championships Battle of the Nations in Romania later this year. We had 3 list fields of competition. Wrapping up for the men's and women's duels. We have a couple of men's duelist fighters kind of hanging out by list number 1. I'm wondering if we may have one more sword and buckler match to go. We did have Nathan Renaud and Christopher Beckus still on the list. We got viewers coming in from Missouri. Thank you for joining us today. Sean from St. Louis. Thanks for having a watch party. I hope y'all are enjoying it. We've got about a 20-second delay between the live feed and when you're picking it up on YouTube. April from Oregon, thanks for coming out, watching us on the live stream. We've had Carolina Carnage here at the T. Ed Garrison Rodeo Arena in Clemson, South Carolina for a few years now. We're always glad to be here. Palmetto Knight's always happy to host this event. Each year growing in the number of competitors. Glad to have you on, the spectators on live stream. Again, an update from earlier today in List 1. We have for men's longsword, Justin Dottie defeating Tyler Gentile. Nate Maxfield defeating Chasen Richardson. Jonathan McCartney besting Christopher Beckus. Josh Adams over Tyler Gentile. Sean Fabian over Christopher Beckus. Dustin Dottie defeating Josh Adams. Nate Maxfield over Nathan Renaud. And Jonathan McCartney over Sean Fabian. Cora Lyon, thank you for joining us from Finland. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Today's action is day 2 of Carolina Carnage. Yesterday's HMB USA qualifier pro fights for men and women's can be viewed on the Palmetto Knights Facebook channel. Dorian, thanks for joining us from Oregon. Go Cerberus. List number 2 updates from earlier. Luke Sauser defeated Issa Martel in the first round. Mickey Guida over Issa Martel in the second. Dakota Miller over Aaron Lukefar. Mickey Guida over Luke Sauser. Shoshana Shellens over Jade Bowden. Anton Molokov over Sean Fabian. Jade Bowden defeated Alex Sloan. Anton Molokov defeated Jonathan McCartney. We're going to double check that outcome with the scorekeeper. I thought the marshal announced Jonathan McCartney on that, but we're going to make sure we have that accurate for you. That was a great fight. If you didn't catch it, make sure you go back and watch that fight between Anton Molokov and Jonathan McCartney for men's sword and shield. A great fight. It went to 2 tiebreaker rounds. The next fight was Shoshana Shellens and Alex Sloan, with Shoshana coming out the victor. Sean Fabian defeated Jonathan McCartney. And Jade Bowden defeated Shoshana Shellens in women's sword and buckler. List 3 had men and women's longsword, followed by men and women's polearm. The longsword results. Lorenzo Sorrentino defeated Solomon Dimmick. Lorenzo Sorrentino also defeated Christopher Simpson. Shan Lindley defeated Alex Sloan for the women's longsword. And Solomon Dimmick defeated Christopher Simpson in men's longsword. We also had a women's polearm fight. Alex Sloan faced Lauren Luckin. Lauren Luckin coming out the victor in women's polearm. James, thanks for joining us from Arizona. Jeremiah, welcome back from Omaha, Nebraska. Satine from Norway, thank you for joining us today for the live stream. We have about another 50 minutes before the men's and women's 5 versus 5 melees begin at noon. Stay with us for the live stream. We're going to a short break, and we'll rejoin you shortly. We don't have the cool graphic transition on yours, do we?
We don't have any of that.
Cool.
No.
That's okay.
It's what it is.
That was his, the second.
to bring up your mic. In 5, 4, 3, 2, it's already out.
Welcome back to Carolina Carnage, Day 2. We've had duels fights earlier in the day, and we're preparing for the semifinals and finals wrapping up here in a bit. But off to the side, we have an extreme badminton match. Continuing on, possibly the next category. I'm not sure the historical documentation for badminton, but if it's medieval, we need this added to HMB. A good two-sided match here, working with a virtual net. Both right-handed competitors competing without armor in this battle. Oh, and a short shot dropped by the competitor with a hat. A brief volley. We bring you into focus on list field number 3. On list 3, we have the semifinals. We have the semifinals for Sword and Shield. The first match between Nathan Renaud and Luke Salzer, followed by Daniel Murphy and Anton Molokov. The next fight, Dakota Miller and Sean Fabian, followed by Aaron Luke Farr and Mickey Guida. First fight in the men's quarterfinals, maybe semifinals. We have Nathan Renaud on the right in the blue armor, fighting left-handed with a center grip pave shield. Opposite him is Luke Salzer, fighting right-handed with a strap heater. Luke with the green heater, gold dragon. Both fighters focusing on high strikes at the moment. Luke going low. Strong cross shots coming from Luke. Nathan blocking. Good movement from Luke's shield. Good shield movement from Nathan, blocking those low shots from Luke. Both fighters working their range, not tying up yet. Nathan going high. Luke dropping low and high, nearly turning Nathan's shield over. Both fighters striking low, adding points. Last few seconds ticking away in this round. Luke closing strong with low shots as time runs out. The first round of the men's semifinals between Nathan Renaud and Luke Salzer. Marshall speaking with the judges for score. The next round will be between Daniel Murphy and Anton Molokov. Thank you for joining us again for the duels presentation for the HMB USA men's qualifying rounds. For those of you watching the stream earlier, we have a clarification for List 2. Jonathan McCartney and Anton Malikov in Sword and Shield. Originally announced the winner was Jonathan McCartney, but the scorekeeper said after review, Anton was declared the winner in a great Sword and Shield match, going to 2 tiebreaker rounds. Did they announce it?
No, it won't.
Oh. All right, it looks like the marshals have announced Nathan Reynaud besting Luke Salzer in that round, advancing. Next up, Daniel Murphy and Anton Malikov. Following men's Sword and Shield, we'll have long sword and sword and buckler. Semifinals, declaring a champion. After that, we have men's 5 versus 5 melee, scheduled to begin at noon, and scheduled for 4 o'clock this afternoon Eastern Time. The men's 12 versus 12. All times here today are Eastern. It is 11:39 Eastern Time in Clemson, South Carolina. The melees for men's and women's 5 versus 5 will follow the selection process for the duels. On the right of your screen, we have Daniel Murphy, the red, white, and blue shield, strapped heater, fighting right-handed. And opposite, Anton Malikov in the black Eastern kit, fighting right-handed. Marshals making sure judges and fighters are ready. Again, Daniel fighting with a strap heater. Looking to see the grip on Anton's shield. Again, we're in the men's duels, sword and shield semifinals. Anton was fighting earlier with a center grip heater, and that looks like what he stayed with. Daniel making first contact. Anton with an onside high, offside low combo. A high scoring selection for him today. Daniel pressing the action forward. Anton circling out and working angles. Anton high onside. Daniel with a chopping shot, followed by a body. Both fighters using their movement. Anton circling left to the shield side. Low shot coming in from Daniel. Neither fighter clashing or pushing the other into the rail. Anton's movement is keeping off in there. Another chopping shot from Daniel. Low shot again. Good offside from Anton. Yeah.
I got an email from a friend that bad hitting coverage deserves an Emmy award. Everybody come back up.
Daniel Anton continuing. Daniel with a chopping shot, Anton cross. Last few seconds, ticking away. Well-balanced match, lots of movement. Great defense in that round. Yes. I would like the sheet back if we can. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Marshall's going to the judges to tally. Again, the second round of the semifinals between Aaron Anton Malikov and Daniel Murphy. Both fighters maintaining their helmets, waiting for the judges. Marshall's calling him to the center. And the winner is Anton Malikov, advancing. A great fight with Daniel Murphy. Next up is Dakota Miller and Sean Fabian. Competition continuing in list 3 as the ground crew prepares the list for Melee 5 versus 5, beginning after. Thank you for joining us from wherever you're watching in from. 67 people currently with us in the live stream. Updates on some of the viewer locations. We've got NH from Utah. Thanks for joining us. Corey, we hope you enjoyed the brief badminton match. We'll hope to get you some more as the day progresses. Also, Corey, we appreciate you trying to get the lyric chain rolling in the comments. Next up. Well, it looks like we have a different match than what was initially reported. This looks to be Dakota Murphy, possibly, that looks like Jonathan McCartney. Don't know if that was a schedule change or a scoring change, but a great fight to be expected. Jonathan and Dakota, both fast-moving fighters, both working opposite shots. Working high right now. Jonathan swinging low, scoring to the leg. Dakota with his chopping shot. Quick moving in, smart dodge by Jonathan. Great defense from Dakota. Both fighters engaging and withdrawing. Not wanting to fight from extreme range, but not wanting to tie up too close either. Both fighters choosing to use strap heaters. Again, great defense, not quite as mobile as the center grip shield, of course. Fighters now seeming to be looking for an opening in the opponent's defenses rather than counter-striking. Last few seconds, ticking away. Jonathan moving in to rack up a few more points. And the round runs out. Corey, thanks for joining us from Alabama. $72 people in the live stream with us right now. Leave a high for the day. Getting ready for the men's and women's 5 versus 5 melee coming up after the duels wrap. Make sure you like the stream and share the link with your friends. Jonathan McCartney, announced winner of that bout. Next up should be Aaron Luke Farr and Mickey Guida. Aaron Luke Farr in the polished Milanese kit. Mickey Guida in the green, trimmed in white. Live stream up to 80 now for the men's semifinals for Sword and Shield. We still have men's semifinals for Sword and Buckler and Longsword upcoming. And everyone, of course, looking forward to the men's and women's 5v5 melee. For those of you just joining us, we're coming to you live from Clemson, South Carolina, day 2 of Carolina Carnage. This is the USA National Qualifiers for the HMB Championships. The winners today will go to represent the USA at the HMB World Championships Battle of the Nations in Romania later this year. Davos, thank you for joining us from Ireland. Aaron begins the contact. Mickey scoring first to the head. Fighters changing levels. Mickey with great footwork in there. Aaron throwing low. Mickey's footwork is keeping him out of most of those points being scored on him. I don't think we got a chance to feature Mickey quite as much in the Sword and Shield rounds earlier in the day. It's great to see him out there fighting now. Good headshot. Both fighters right-handed. Strap Peter Shields. Mickey landing a good headshot on Aaron. Working that left head pretty good. And mindful of the shield contact. Mickey again working those low shots. 2 to 3 low, then going high. Similar to Anton Malakov's pattern. Mickey taking a lower stance. Looks like he's preparing to charge into a closer range. Neither fighter wanting to push to the rails. Aaron with some chopping shots. Mickey going back to legs. And again, working the left side of Aaron's head. Mickey pushing Aaron towards the rail, and we go to time. Another great round. As a quick recap for the past few fights in men's Sword and Shield, Nathan Renaud faced Luke Salza. Nathan coming out the victor. Anton Malakov faced Daniel Murphy. Anton winning. Jonathan McCartney defeated Dakota Miller. We're about to find out the winner between Mickey Guida and Aaron Luke Farr. Welcome to our friends from Ukraine joining us on the live stream. We hope you're enjoying it so far. Marshall's about to make the call. And the winner is Mickey Guida, advancing. I think I've been saying semifinals this whole time. It was quarterfinals, waiting for the semis coming up. So, the winners from those bouts, Nathan, Anton, Jonathan, and Mickey. Scorekeepers formatting the brackets, ready to go in to the next rounds. We've got Jonathan McCartney on the field already, and Nathan Renaud. This is going to be a good fight. I've had the opportunity to compete against both of these fighters in Sword and Shield, both top-notch in movement, defense, and very classy fighters as well. Like most martial sports, there's always goodwill between these fighters. Nathan Renaud on the right side of your screen in blue. Nathan is a left-handed fighter with a center grip Havase. Jonathan in the red with a strapped heater. Expect Jonathan to present a lot of movement. Nathan is going to have to choose if he's going to counter-strike this or if he's going to go to his flurry of blows. He may combine those strategies. Right now it looks like he's counter-striking to great effect. Watching for openings for offsides. And then striking too low and then one high. Jonathan's right head. Jonathan returning with offside shots. Pressing the action. Both fighters doing a great job. Jonathan working that strap heater. And Nathan covering Jonathan's face as well. Pinning his shield up out of the way to block those low shots. Lots of shield contact in this round. Looks like Jonathan tripped a little bit. Johnny, thanks for joining us. And Jed, thanks for sending him the link. Send that link out to more of your friends. Nathan on the right, Jonathan on the left in red. Marshals, looks like they stopped the fight on time. Going to the judges. Jonathan had a wonderful fight earlier today in Sword and Shield. Jonathan's Sword and Shield fight with Anton Malakov went to a second tiebreaker round. A great competition. If you missed it, make sure at the end of the live stream today you go back and watch it. All the fights earlier today were great. Lots of great competition from men's and women's longsword, men's and women's polearm, and sword and shield, sword and buckler as well. We're about to get a winner from the men's sword and shield. The marshal's holding his staff like he's about to start another round. Looks like this may be a tiebreaker. So Jonathan and Nathan are continuing on with their tiebreaker round. In list 3, we got you back to it now. Jonathan striking low, tallying points. Nathan swimming high. Will that last couple of points from Nathan, will they count past time? We'll watch for a score over there. We're going to move you over to list number 1 for a men's longsword fight between Sean Fabian and I believe that's Dakota Miller opposite Sean. Fighters tying up. Heavy shots landing on Sean. His opponent fighting with the forward swept longsword, bringing it in low for a leg shot. Fighters tying up. Sean trying to press to the ropes, getting circling back toward the corner. He's fighting out of that corner now. Good block by Sean. Still waiting on a result from list number 3 between Nathan and Jonathan. Good contact to the head. Sean having some trouble defending himself there. I think he was one-handed on his sword. Marshall checking with him now. Marshall's restarting that fight. Sean pressing out of the corner. And a crossover shot to the right side of Sean's helmet. Not sure if that fight ended on time or a yield. All right, we're going back to list number 3. A declared winner there, Nathan Renaud, besting a great tiebreaker round with Jonathan McCartney. It looks like the next fight in list number 3 is going to be Anton Malakov and Mickey Guida. The winner of this to face Nathan Renaud. Live stream now up to 92. Keep sending that link out to folks. Keep liking the live stream. Make it more visible. The sport is growing by leaps and bounds in the United States, and we appreciate your assistance with that and sharing the link. And the sport is growing around the world. Just a few years ago, I remember the first live stream I participated in was the International Tournament of Chivalry at a small horse arena in Springfield, Illinois. We had fighters coming from Russia and Ukraine, Canada, and across the U.S. for that event. And the sport has continued to grow. Picking up the fight in list 3, Anton on the left in the Eastern black kit, center grip heater shield. Mickey in green with the strapped green heater, both fighting right-handed. Mickey going low. Anton defending and going high. Anton lunging in with those long-reaching strikes. Great shots to the leg, returning high. Anton baiting some light offhand shots, seeing if he can get Mickey to drop his guard a little bit. Again, baiting those offhand shots. Anton throwing the shield in to block the face. Anton's throwing this right-handed low shot that swims high into a left offhand overhand, drawing his opponent's shield out of position, scoring with it frequently. Good cross low, but Mickey going in low, trying to rack up shots low, but Anton's center grip is giving him the reach to get those blocks in. Not a lot of contact from Anton on his offsides, but Mickey's pressing the action. Anton fighting back. Shield edge pushing. Anton circling free. Strong shots, but great defense by both fighters. Mickey pressing Anton into the corner. And the marshals call the fight. A great round. Remember, the winner of this round will face Nathan Renaud in the finals of men's sword and shield. Scott, welcome from Michigan. Let's see if we can get a winner over here first. I appreciate it. Marshall's checking with the judges. We've got a long sword fight getting ready to start in list 1. We're trying to get you a winner of the sword and shield fight first. All right, we'll announce the winner of that fight, but we're going to bring you over to list number 1 for a long sword fight. I don't have a list of the quarterfinals here for long sword, so we're going to call based on the tabards. The taller fighter in black and gold, or black and green, fighting with a right-handed grip, focusing on upper body shots, crossing left to right. The shorter fighter in the gold and black, doing a great job defending, taking some arm shots in there, scoring well with those. Another good arm shot. Offside head returning, both fighters fighting from a right-hand position. The shorter fighter working the defense. Taller fighter pressing that action. Shorter fighter scoring with those hand shots. Back to the head. Still watching for the winner for list 3 over there. But right now the fight is in list 1. Good defense. The shorter fighter circling. Working defense and a preemptive shot on taller fighter's arm. Taller fighter's got really good angle on the left side of the shorter fighter's head. Pressing the fight. Announcing a winner from list 3. The marshals are announcing the winner is Mickey Guida. A great round over there. A great round. Mickey will face Nathan in the finals. We're back over at list 1 after that longsword round. Marshals conferring with judges for points. It looks like there may be a third place bout, or third and fourth, between Anton and Nathan. Excuse me, Anton and Jonathan. List 1, Marshall. List 1, Marshall. List 1. Who won? Nate Maxfield. Thank you. The winner of that list 1 men's longsword fight was Nate Maxfield. Thank you for joining us today on the live stream. We're at over 100 coming in today. Kyle Young says, yay, Nate. Nate Maxfield winning that longsword match. This morning, starting at shortly after 9 a.m. Eastern Time in the U.S., we brought you the first part of the live stream with sword and shield, longsword, polearm duels, and sword and buckler duels. Now, we're wrapping up to decide first through third place finishers for each of the duels. The 5 versus 5 men's melee and 5 versus 5 women's melee will follow the duels finals. And then at 4 o'clock today, we'll be bringing you the men's 12 versus 12 melee Buhurt. Again, the winners today will represent Team USA at the HMB World Championships Battle of the Nations later this year in Romania. Shout out in the comments where you're viewing from. We had Utah, Omaha, Ireland, and some Ukrainian friends joining us earlier. Hopefully you're still with us. We had some great pro fight action yesterday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time for HMB pro fight qualifiers. Men's and women's pro fights yesterday. It's my favorite category. I love watching those fights. I love competing in those fights. Personally, I think it's one of the most pure forms of martial arts on the planet. There's really a pretty low chance of injury in the pro fights, though some of those shots can really rein in and concuss a fighter. Yesterday's action seemed pretty safe. We did have a martial injury. Taking a little view of the fighters in the background. Everybody preparing for the melees. Now making our way over to list number 3. We have the battle for 3rd and 4th place between Jonathan McCartney on the left in the red body armor, the red and black strapped heater shield, fighting right-handed. Anton Malakov in the black Eastern kit with a center grip heater. Now, if you've been joining us all day, you'll remember that these two had an incredible sword and shield match that went to 2. An incredible sword and shield match that went to 2 tie-breaking overtime rounds. I expect that this is going to be a great follow-up. Both fighters beginning with motion. Anton throwing first. Both with great defense. Neither looking like they've scored yet. Both having great defense up top. Very mobile shields. Jonathan pressing the action forward. Anton circling. Jonathan goes low. That may be the first point. Good shot up top for Anton. Jonathan attempting to recover that point. Those crossover shots, Anton throwing, but Jonathan doing a great job in defense. Great shield work up high from both fighters. Good crossover body, crossover leg, scoring for Anton. Jonathan with a block up top, returning with a riposte onside. More good contact from Anton. Looks like he may be ahead in this round. Anton pressing the fight forward. Jonathan defending the center of the ring. Last few seconds, ticking away. Another hard-fought round. Thanks for our fans joining us from Washington. Johnny and Greg, thanks for coming in from Milwaukee and Chicago. We have an update on Nate's opponent. It looks like it was Mark Sanders from Santa Barbara. Judges conferring with the marshals in list 3 to determine third place. I think I give the edge in that round to Aaron, but hard fought. We'll see where it goes. Kim, thanks for joining us from Denmark. Fighters stepping to the center of the ring. Marshals declaring Anton the winner, placing third in today's Sword and Shield men's division. Next up should be Nathan and Mickey for the finals. I'm looking for Nathan Renaud and Mickey Guida. Looks like Mickey's getting ready to take the field. Nathan off to the right. Slay, I agree. Let's just not score that round and fight it again. I always love watching those two clash. Well, thank you, Mark. We will work on determining who Nate's opponent was. Give you an update on the winners and their opponents in just a bit. Off on list 3, we have Mickey Guida in the green on the left, the strapped heater shield, fighting right-handed. Nathan Renaud in blue, fighting left-handed with that center grip of ace. He's brought him so much success all day. This is for first and second. Fighter salute in the center of the ring. Nathan posting back, likely watching to counter. Mickey checking his range. Almost taunting Nathan with a couple of circular sword swings. Nathan, a veteran fighter, unlikely to fall for any taunting. With Mickey's movement, a taunt could quickly turn into a fake and a flurry. Both fighters going low. Looked like both were scoring there. Nathan looking for openings, scoring to the body and low, and Mickey low. Nathan returning to strike high. Mickey strikes, turning Nathan's shield. Nathan's had a lot of success with that offhand high shot. Now he's scoring with those upper leg on sides. Mickey returning with a right hand shot. Right side to the Nathan's head. Mickey's thrown that spinning shot a couple of times today. Nathan throwing low, scoring. Last few seconds, ticking away. Nathan claiming a few more points. Mickey claiming a few more points. And Nathan finishing the fight with a few shots to the head. A great round. I'm hoping that one scores a tie. I would love to see a tiebreaker there. All right, we're going to wait on a winner there. We're going to bring you to list field 1 for Jonathan McCartney and I believe Nate. Jonathan pressing the action against his taller opponent. Scoring shots to the head. Nate a couple to the hands. Jonathan returning those blows. Block and riposte. Nate swinging in hard from up top. Jonathan targeting that right arm of Nate. Nate starting to block it. Nate pressing the action forward. We have an update from list number 3. Nate Renaud wins the men's sword and shield, first place. Back on list number 1 now. Nate pressing the action. Jonathan blocking, returning to the left side of Nate's helm. Jonathan wings his arms out a little bit. Nathan takes advantage by chopping to Jonathan's right arm. Jonathan working his distance, circling left. Nate closing to his left. Jonathan tagging an arm and a head. Nate returning with a good arm shot. Jonathan blocking. Marshall's calling it, checking with the judges. Hard to call that one. I think Jonathan is up. I think Jonathan's going to be up in points with that. 112 people joining us in the live stream. If you're just now joining us, this is day 2 of Carolina Carnage. We're wrapping up the duels category this morning, preparing for the men's 5 versus 5 and women's 5 versus 5 to begin following the duels. Currently on list field number 1, we have Jonathan McCartney and Nate waiting for the judge's decision. Marshall's ready to call the winner. And the winner is Jonathan McCartney, advancing. A great long sword round. We have some other fighters standing by. Looks like we have some more duelists for competition. Everybody excitedly awaiting the 5 versus 5 men's and women category coming up next. Also later today, starting around 4 o'clock Eastern time in about 4 hours, just shy of 4 hours, we have the men's 12 versus 12. We appreciate the referral from Ordo Draconis, one of the melee teams fighting today. As we're waiting for the next fight, we're going to try to get you an update on the melee teams fighting. We will have Warlords White against Knyaz USA, Ordo Draconis against Warlords Black, Cerberus Emissus will also be fighting. The Swamp Foxes are here. Plague Rotten, the Peacocks, the Legends and Mythics. We're looking forward to the men's and women's melees coming up next. Hey, list one, Marshall. Can you name the fighters before the fight? Can you say who's who before the fight? Thank you. Looks like we have a men's longsword fight coming up for you next. I believe that's Justin Dottie in the Sparrow's helm, black body armor. And I think that's Dakota Miller stepping into the ring in the red, white, and blue. I asked the marshal for a name update. All right, we've got a start in the action. The fighter's starting with a salute. Fighter in black stepping in. Tie up. Some grappling. The hands are locked around the swords. Both hands intertwined. Neither is going to get much of an advantage here. One will have to break through. The marshals call a break. And a good headshot. If you're familiar with these fighters, shout out their name and description in the comments. Good headshots coming in from that falchion. The two-handed falchion, bringing a lot of force down with it. Good block slow. Falchion has a long hand guard to protect. Good arm shot there. Stepping in and tied. Working to gain distance, and a good block from a hard shot coming across. And marshals call a break. They're stopping the fight. Going for the score. A Kriegsmesser. All right, we'll work with that. Thank you, Mark. Looking for a winner. Looks like it may be a tie. Marshall calling back in for a tiebreaker round. Fighter salute going to the tiebreaker. Good arm shot, scoring there for the fighter in black. Kind of a light body shot and a strong head shot following up. And the fight is called. Going to the judges' score now. All right. Looks like we might have a small bit of an armor issue preventing some walking here. But the marshals announce the winner is... And we'll see if we can get you that name. Hey, Marshall, do we have a name on that? Thank you. And Lorenzo is declared the winner of that men's longsword match. I believe that's going to be Lorenzo Sorrentino, fighting with the Kriegsmesser. We have a couple more fighters geared up for longsword. It appears we have another round, at least, of that. Up to 115 in the live stream. If you're just joining us for the first time today, welcome to Day 2 of Carolina Carnage, the United States National Qualifiers for HMB. The winners today will represent Team USA at the International Tournament of Champions, the Battle of the Nations in Romania later this year. This morning's action began with one-on-one duels for Sword and Shield. Nathan Reynaud taking first place. Anton Malikov in third. And Mickey Guida second.
Can you please come to the main list to help clear out the irregulars? Duelists to list number 3. Non-fighters to the main list to clear irregulars.
We're still working on the men's sword and buckler champion, I believe, as well as men's longsword. Some other results from earlier today. Lauren Luckin bested Alex Sloan for women's polearm. Men's polearm was a round-robin competition. We're working to get you a winner on that one. The melees should begin shortly following the duels. We're into the finals for those categories. The grounds crew and volunteers helping to prepare the ring for the 5 versus 5. Coming up shortly. On the longsword field, list number 3, we have another match for Jonathan McCartney, competing in all categories of duels today. Trying to get a view on who the fighter is. That might be Anton, but he wasn't wearing a torque earlier. We have the duelists making their way to list 3 as the main list gets prepared for the 5v5 melees. Thank you for joining us live from Clemson, South Carolina. Live stream brought to you today by Palmetto Knights. I'd like to thank all our volunteer staff today in the broadcast booth. Also our staff volunteers helping with registration. The EMS crew. We have a great medical crew on staff today. Yesterday's HMB action began at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. You can find that live stream on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page showing the HMB USA Pro Fight tournament. Over on list number 3, we have another men's longsword bout beginning. Jonathan McCartney on the left in red. If you recognize the fighter on the right in the black body armor, please shout out their name in the comments. Fighter salute, step in. Jonathan throwing first contact, both with great defense. Fighter striking up top. Solid contact from the taller fighter in black. Jonathan returning with a body blow. Both making good contact with the opponent's leading arm. Both fighting with a conventional right-handed setup. Good arm contact still, working from the mid-range. Good low shots from the taller fighter. Jonathan coming in with a good head shot. Again, arm, both trading shots. Dropping those shots low to leg or body, unfortunately does open up the head and shoulders to more. The lower shot needs to have a returning block. Good arm shots. Pretty evenly matched so far. Looks like Jonathan may have a little bit of a lead. Jonathan doing a great job throwing those body shots with his pommel up high to maintain the defense. But as tall as his opponent is, it's hard to block a high shot from that tall of an opponent. Gracious at the end of the match. Marshals again going to the judges. Legion of Honor, thanks for joining us today. Hope y'all are enjoying your watch party. Legion of Honor, where are you watching from? Also, make sure you share this link out with your friends. Upvote the live stream so we can reach more viewers. This is the USA National Qualifiers. for HMB. Again, the winners today will go to the Battle of the Nations to represent Team USA. We're working on crowning the champions for longsword in the men's division. Jonathan has had so many fights today. Several of his fights have gone to one or more tie-breaking rounds. Doing a great job with endurance. I think the joy of the fight often overtakes us, and we just want to fight in every field we can, in every list we can, to get as much armor time as possible. One downside to that is it does tire you for some of the later matches of the day. Jonathan only has to push through a little bit further. Jonathan, a good duelist. Melees to follow the duels. Marshall's taking a few moments with the judges. There could be another tie going on here. I would not be surprised nor saddened by that. If you're new to the sport, say how long you've been watching. Marshall's still taking a moment over there. Looks like we have a couple of sword and buckler fighters waiting in the wings for the next bout. Off in the distance, the melee fighters are geared up. Everything but helmets and gauntlets, ready to get going. It looks like we're going to have a tie from that first round. Going to need to go to a tie-breaking round. Janine, thanks for cheering on Jonathan. If anybody can identify his opponent in the black body armor, please do that so we can give him the honor he deserves. Marshall's checking for readiness. Both fighters maintaining that traditional right-handed grip. Salute, and Jonathan goes for first contact. Both throwing a flurry of blows up top. Arm, head, neither bothering to clash or work from range. The taller fighter pressing Jonathan into the cage, but he steps away to give enough room to combat the strikes. Good blocks, returning. Nice solid forearm shot. Jonathan blocking high and low. Good returning shots. I think Jonathan's a little up right now. We'll have to see by the judges. Beth, thanks for watching for 37 years. Curtis from Vegas, thanks for joining us. He says, go Golden Horde. Emma, thanks for joining us from the UK. Shayna, thanks. That appears to be Nate Maxfield over there fighting Jonathan. Appreciate that. Fighters coming to the ring for a decision for the marshals. And the winner is Nate Maxfield. Well done in a great fight with Jonathan McCartney. Looks like next on the field may be a sword and buckler competition. Fighters getting ready for the next round. All right, thanks for that update from Nate Maxwell, being from Ordo Draconis. He did a great job in the longsword competition today. Thanks for the shout out there, Joseph. All right, let's see. We should have some more folks stepping into the ring for duels to wrap this up. Emma, make sure you share this link out so more people get to see it. And Chris, no, you did not miss the Warlords. They'll be coming up soon in the melee competition. The melee competition for men's and women's 5 versus 5 will begin after the duels. We got a few more folks getting ready. Jonathan looks like he's still in armor. He may have a sword and buckler match coming up. I also see Anton Malikov, Luke Sauser, all in armor, ready to go. I believe we have Justin Dottie over there as well. Likely giving a couple of folks a breather to let them be full force coming into the finals. Again, thank you for joining us for day 2 of Carolina Carnage, brought to you live from Clemson, South Carolina. Carolina Carnage is hosted in the T. Ed Garrison Rodeo Arena at Clemson University. The winners today going on to represent Team USA at the Battle of the Nations in Romania. I see in the chat we have some comments on making sure the fighters are ready to go. Of course, there's a marshal's check-in earlier in the day, but in between each fight, it doesn't do anyone any harm to make sure that small parts that are taken off between rounds are secured and ready to go for safety purposes. Of course, we want to speed up the sport and make sure that we have a quick turnaround time ready to move on to the next round. Everybody loves seeing the next fight ready to go. We've got the 5 versus 5 men's and 5 versus 5 women's coming up after the duels, and the 12 versus 12 beginning around 4 o'clock Eastern time today in just over 3 hours. If you're enjoying the live stream, make sure that you share the link out. Get some more folks in here. We're up to 124, which I believe is the highest we've had so far today. I know a lot of folks are ready for those 5 versus 5. If you haven't already, shout out where you're watching from. We've had fighters yesterday watching from Russia, Germany, Ukraine, Argentina, all across the United States, from Maine to New Orleans. Fighters today cheering in from the UK, Ukraine, Omaha, Nebraska, Washington State. We have several fighting teams having watch parties. Again, today's tournament is hosted by the Palmetto Knights, South Carolina's premier medieval fight club. The Palmetto Knights presenting the live stream with a great broadcast crew helping me out here behind the scenes. Greg, Brent, and Kathleen, thank you very much for your help. I'm Jonathan the Dr. Holloway, the voice for today's event. Nathan's still armored up. I'm guessing he has a sword and buckler round to go. You see over there Jade, the women's champion from earlier today in the red body armor. We have a couple of fighters coming to check out the melee field, looking for trips, traps, and pitfalls. No one wants to trip their way through. Thanks for watching. Lance from Texas. Terry from San Diego. Rihanna watching from Dallas. Michelle, thank you for watching from Michigan. We'll be cheering for Andrew with you. Renee from California, here to cheer on the Warlords. Paul, thanks for cheering on David. Hannah, welcome from Cincinnati. Cheering for the Barbarians. Diana, cheering for the Warlords, all the way from Wyoming. Welcome from Wyoming. Watching from Portland, Catherine, cheering on Cerberus Emissus. Excuse me, Emissus. Cerberus Emissus. Okay.
Over here. Go ahead and bring up his mic, and after he says, we're going to talk about some gear, you go to number 2.
What's the name for the person? What's your name?
Shanna.
Shanna? All right.
Ready? So just talk about my
All right.
equipment.
Now we've got Shanna presenting a little bit of a description of some of the equipment that she's using today. Over to Shanna.
I am Shanna. So my favorite weapon here is generally a 4.5 to 5 foot axe. That's about here. You get a lot of power with that. You get a standard swing bit. Paid submissions are one of the quickest submissions, so it's great.
I'm not sure. Yep. Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I'm Shanna. My favorite weapon to use is generally a 4.5 5 foot axe about this tall. Get a really big axe head on it and hold it with 2 hands. And you get really quick hand submissions off of it. It's a lot of fun. It also is really useful for grappling too. You can bring it behind people's backs, use levers, things like that. It's a very technical weapon. Really good. Oh, so my armor, it's was it 15th century or 16th century Italian inspired, like the Milanese, I think it's called. And basically everything was made by a blacksmith out of California named Kyle Harris. He's super awesome, makes good looking stuff. I don't think I've ever been hurt through my it does a really great job of protecting everything I need it to. It's got nice pointy knees on it for me and people. It does a lot of damage, a lot of fun.
What round are you fighting in today?
So I'll be fighting in the women's melees, and we don't have assigned teams. We're going to be rotating through like random team generators and competing on an individual basis against the national team.
I look forward to seeing you out there. You said you're going to be fighting with that two-handed axe?
Yes. I don't have it with me. I still need to find it. It's out there. But yeah, two-handed axe, and I'll be wearing a darkened helm, same color as this. It has a peak on it and chainmail and visor on it. That'll be neat. Wonderful.
Do you have a team that you normally fight with?
Yeah, so I fight and train with, when Iron Phoenix was a thing, I was fighting and training with them. And now I've been training with Cerberus at Portland.
Outstanding. Thank you for joining us. And can you take a look at the down there protecting your feet?
Yeah. So they're pretty awesome. A lot of flexibility and a lot of overlap, so you can kick people and not get hurt, take a weapon there if you have to.
So for some of the new folks watching this, they may believe something this, that,
yeah. So I can go into a full squat, and I don't know, you want me to follow me anyway? If I do fall in, pretty easy and quick to get back up. So.
How many women do you have fighting on the melee?
Oh, sorry. I believe we have 12 women competing tonight.
Outstanding. Glad to have y'all out. So, have you been watching some of the videos earlier?
No, I came in pretty late. I only saw the very end.
Okay, where are you fighting at now?
No, I live in Washington. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's going to be a good time.
All right, we're going to see about getting back to some of the fights down here. We've got an announcer down there letting us know what the longsword and the other duelists are getting up to. We'll be back with that action as soon as we can. Thank you for joining us. Good luck down there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Each round, unfortunately, we have three to determine a winner. Out of round A, out of this A, we're taking 3 winners in this final. Out of this B, we're taking 3 top 3 teams in the final. The schedule is listed here on poster board. You can see your opponent's card. Each round, we can alternate between a list A, a list B, a list A, and a list B to try to get some a little bit more range for players in the 2 rounds. So everybody get ready, get your armor checked, get your straps full tonight, get your helmets ready. It's about time for you guys to get ready.
Dead. Shit.
All right. So the announcers are telling the melee fighters to be getting ready. Although I do see Sean Fabian suiting up for Sword and Buckler. We may be getting ready to finally have the final rounds over there. Sean, sorry about the audio on that interview. It's kind of a spur of the moment thing to fill in. And the next interview we have, we will try to get the masks off at the beginning so that you can hear the audio for that.
Doing battery change.
Okay.
Just looked at my batteries and they will back in the next half hour.
Okay.
This is a good time to change.
Good timing. going to take a quick second to run for the little nitrogen.
That's excellent. I'm back up to full charge.
Did somebody leave a very nice track to the Warlords yesterday? Somebody left an extra this morning in the Warlords. It's done. You might need it in the mail.
Okay, you get it. Having to fix things again?
Kind of. I'm trying to find the monitor settings so I can actually listen. For some reason, this is no longer giving me audio. Don't know what happened. But I'm not hearing it. It's there. This headphone jack is...
I know I tripped on this cord a second ago.
No, it's this. It's working. It's there. And you're stepping on it. Just put it over on some speakers. Put it over here on some speakers there.
So your phone was updated past year when I was on Windows. So that was good. I saw that after it had been up for a little.
Yeah, this one also does Facebook too.
Okay. To answer your question, yes, I am a doctor of chiropractic. And Larry started using the doctor as a fighting name for me a few years ago at DragonCon. Did they bring food up here? Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Get a snack.
So it's actually okay. It's upper tire. I didn't have that up. I still wish I could monitor this though.
What are we trying to monitor?
There should be a way to activate a headphone jack and monitor it. I'm trying to find it.
What happens if we just plug headphones in?
There we go.
like we're about to have those 3 of us.
Found it. That won't work. The speaker was up. I have to disable the speakers. I know why.
Move back up.
That natural part. Alright, and then you're up.
All right, we're back for men's longsword action, and the rail coming up in the corner. Talking about pressing somebody into the corner. The corner's about ready to run off with him. In longsword competition in the ring now, Jonathan McCartney. Sorry about that audio there, folks. We're getting things dialed back in for you. The longsword fight continuing. Jonathan McCartney in the red. I believe that's Dakota Miller in the red, white, and blue. High shots. A couple of good iron contact shots there. Powerful shots coming in from that falchion, but the marshals call on time. Thanks for watching from Russia. We're wrapping up the duels for longsword now, and I believe we'll have a sword and buckler fight or two after this. Leading up to the men's and women's 5 versus 5 melee. Waiting for the judge's decision now. If you're just now joining us, this is day 2 of Carolina Carnage. And the winner, Jonathan McCartney. A hard-fought duel. Thank you, Catherine and Nick. Lorenzo in the red, white, and blue. Lorenzo, Jonathan McCartney's opponent in that. A hard-fought round. Lorenzo's been fighting great all day. It looks like we have Sean Fabian coming in with sword and buckler next. And Anton Malikov preparing as well. Sean Fabian taking the right side of the screen in the black and red tabard with the club Knyaz USA sun emblazoned in the center. Anton in the black Eastern kit on the left. This is a sword and buckler round. We're still working to wrap up the men's duels finals. Working our way to our chosen champions for the U.S. team. The winners today going on to represent Team USA at the HMB Battle of the Nations in Romania later this year. Anton, a very fast-moving fighter typically. Lots of sword motion. Sean pressing action in his earlier fights. I wonder if this is going to be more of the chess match or more of a clash and bash for the first for 5. So far this weekend, this is day 2 of Carolina Carnage. Yesterday's HMB Pro fights had for men's and women's divisions. This morning's action has been for duels. Slots for the U.S. team. Coming up after this, we'll have the melees. And at 4 o'clock Eastern time, in about 3 hours, we'll be having the men's 12 versus 12 melee. Paul's cheering on Sean. Thanks for being here, Paul. We've got the round about ready to start. Anton in black, Eastern kid on the left. Sean Fabian in the red and black on the right. Both fighting right-handed. Working range. Sean throws first. No contact yet. Judges scoring first to 5. This will be a best 2 out of 3 round setup. When one opponent scores 5 points, judges are to call. Anton with a good chopping shot. Anton working his range from Sean. Sean finding his range. Anton having great lunging shots to close that range. Sean pressing in now. Great defense from both fighters. Looks like a sword's been dropped. Gabor, welcome from Hungary. Sean's recovered his sword. I believe the judge may have been calling that at the same time. Anton on your left. Sean on your right. Sean in red and black. Sean coming over with a good cross shot to the left side of Anton's helm. And Anton answering back with the same. Fighters working across and ducking the other sweeping shots. Fighters coming to the center for a decision, and the winner is Anton Malakov. Good work out there, Sean. That's correct, Stephen. With the duelists, most of the time they're timed rounds. But with sword and buckler, we're working first to 5 points in the best 2 out of 3 rounds. Anton winning in just 2 rounds there. Anton, a gracious opponent, saluting Sean. We're coming to you live today from the Tia Garrison Arena in Clemson, South Carolina. Wrapping up the men's duels, ready for the melees to start just after. Nico Lopez, thanks for joining us from Buenos Aires. It looks like Nathan Renaud is suiting up for longsword. Looks like he'll have a bout against Jonathan McCartney. Correction. Nathan Renaud is suited up for sword and buckler. Nathan taking his place on the right side of list field 3 in the bluish gray body armor. Nathan is a left-handed fighter, frustrating many of his right-handed opponents. We've got a large crew of fighters here today, especially for the melees to follow. We have 5 versus 5 coming up after this, and at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, the 12 versus 12. I think the fighters may be persuaded into an all versus all after the competition is over. It's hard to get these guys to stop fighting sometimes.
They're not going to have the time.
No.
They have to be out of here at 8 o'clock, so we're way behind schedule.
Still waiting for Nathan's opponent in list field 3. List 1 and 2 have been collapsed to be ready for the melees. We have a limited marshals staff right now, so we can't run both fields at the same time to have full staffing for the melees. So we're going to get these duels wrapped up, winner's crowned, and ready to go. Felicia, we're going to work on that champion lineup as soon as we can after the duels have been completed. We'll get that listed out from the scorekeeper and read out on the broadcast sometime after the melees get started. For the melees coming up, see if we can get you a list of those teams. In the men's 5 versus 5, we have Warlords Team White, Warlords Team Black, Ordo Draconis, Knyaz USA, the Swamp Foxes from Palmetto Knights, the Palmetto Knights, Peacocks, Cerberus Emissus. Cerberus Emissus. Back over here on list field 3, Anton and Nathan fighting for sword and buckler. Anton, the lefty. Correction, Nathan, the lefty. Anton in black. And the judges call. Other melee teams being featured today: Plague Rotten, PK Peacocks, we had an explanation from one of the female fighters earlier that the female teams will be chosen randomly, and each fighter scored on their own to pick the team from there. We'll try to follow that the best we can. We'll need an announcement from the scorekeeper afterward for who will be on the women's 5 versus 5 championship team. Back here in the action in list 3. Anton checking out the defenses of Nathan. Trying his range. Nathan striking low. Flurry of blows incoming from both fighters. All judges call at the same time. Fighters back to their corner while the judges talk with the marshals. And the winner is Nathan Renaud. A hard-fought match today. Both of these fighters have been competing all morning long. And a great wrap-up to Sword and Buckler.
All right, guys. Singles finals for the day. Couple more now. One. Behind me in the upper section of the booth, they have a photography section set up specifically for taking so either after you're done with the melee or single fighter before you get out of the armor, if you can go up and get some pictures taken, that way we'll have those evidence and pictures for the audience in the community. We're going to have a few words for the president, and then you're going to start fighting. I'm about to down the first set of fights, so listen up for just a few minutes.
All right, we have wrapped up the duels for the morning. We'll get the final results in here in just a bit. The 5 versus 5 melee teams are suited up and getting ready to go. The first ones on the list are Warlords White, fighting with the red, white, and burgundy tabards. They should be facing Club Knyaz USA in the first round. Following that, we have Ordo Draconis versus Warlords Black. Thank you for joining us today. We are getting ready to begin the men's and women's 5 versus 5 melee. Today's event is the second day of Carolina Carnage, brought to you by the Palmetto Knights from beautiful Clemson, South Carolina. Yesterday's tournament involved the pro fights and the champions. This morning had the duels. We're now about to begin the 5 versus 5, followed by the 12 versus 12 later today. We've got we've got fans calling in from all across the United States and outside as well. Buenos Aires checking in, the UK and Russia as well. We haven't given you a shout out from your watch location. Let us know in the comments and cheer on your favorite team. Make sure to like the stream so it gets visible. We've already got at least one viewer in who just popped up in their Facebook stream. So the more you share this out, the more folks we can get in here and spread this sport. It is truly a labor of love for most of the folks involved. One of the interesting differences in the United States, because our country is so large geographically and our population centers are closer to the coasts, it's much harder for a large group of fighters to get together to share a tournament space. And as a result, typically when we get together to fight, we also try to have some seminar time. And yesterday we had some time for that before the pro fights occurred last night. If you'd like to watch those pro fights, they're on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page. The events from yesterday, the HMB pro fights. So, unlike some of the European teams that are able to get in touch with other teams very quickly, may have multiple teams in a close region and many events happening back to back. Here in the U.S. Here in the U.S., we have to travel a little further. All right, we're going to get a broadcast down here focusing on the tower for the award ceremony for the singles.
Second place, Ricky. Making the third place, Ed Sword and Shield and Tom. Women. Let's hear it for your Women, Sword and Shield, first place, Shoshan. Second place, Jade. And third place, Alex Sloan. Take round of applause here, women's sword and shield finalists.
So you have to wait and then the numbers goes on.
Men's pole vault.
Okay.
First place, Matthew Freeman. Second place, Kelly McMahon.
Who?
Third place, Lorenzo Jones.
Thank you. Kelly McMahon. Okay.
Let's hear it. Men's pole vault. Women's pole vault. First place was Lauren Lucas. Second place, Alex Sloan. Down here, Brad. Let's hear for the women's pole vault. Moving on to longsword. Men's longsword division. First place goes to Jonathan Carter. Second place, Lorenzo Soto. Third place, Justin Cody. Women's longsword. First place, Chan Pearson. Second place, Alex Sloan. Let's hear for our longsword fighters today. And finally, men's sword and buckler division. First place for the men, Nathan Burnett. Second place, Anton. And third place, Luke Salva. There it is. For women's sword and buckler, first place goes to Jade. And second place, Kosala. Let's hear for sword and buckler. And apparently third place goes to Alex Sloan. And that'll make him up by 3. One big round of applause for all your duelists from this HMBIA National Ball. For Dan, all right, all fighters from the melee competition. Two announcements, again, singles, if you're not fighting in melee, go get your picture taken with the authenticity stuff. And second of all, please join your captain at the second tower, right underneath the Great American flag, for a meeting with you, Jeff. Fireside chat with the captain. Just so you understand, as you get Jeff
Say again?
The people down there, like,
They're doing some kind of documentary. I don't know who for.
Second fight, Ordo Draconis versus Warlords Black. And then a women's random team 1A versus random team 1B. Those will be your first three fights as
I'm using that.
after this meeting is over.
I'm just hoping they do something soon.
I think the guy who's running the HMB side of things is now in the Facebook chat with us.
Yeah, I saw that. It's just that the schedule is not moving. They really should have, while that was going on, they should have been getting the fighters going and ready to go and moving this deal. And that didn't happen. Because this is going to take a long time. This was set up by that promotional crew. This is all happening because they wanted to see. I heard them talking about it last night.
They wanted to see
This gathering. There's some crew doing a documentary. I don't know what it's for or who it's for. But this is all happening because they wanted to see this. They talked about it last night.
Okay. If we're ready, I can read off the winners. And
okay, let's do that. I'll give you some audio.
I'm going to speak pretty low.
No, I'm going to bring this under and let you talk while
Okay.
Jeff Galley is giving a speech to the teams.
Right. All right, we'd like to welcome you back to Carolina Carnage, Day 2, live from Clemson, South Carolina at the TF Garrison Arena. We've wrapped up the men's and women's duels category for the morning. Yesterday's competition also included the HMB national qualifiers for the pro fights for Team USA. And we are getting ready to begin the 5 versus 5 men's and women's melee events. A wrap up from today's competition. Men's Sword and Shield. First place went to Nathan Reynaud. Second to Mickey Guido. And third place men's Sword and Shield to Anton Malakov. Women's Sword and Shield. First place was Shoshana. Second place to Jade. And third place to Alex Sloan. Men's Polearm. First place was Matthew. Second place to Kelly McMinns. And third place to Lorenzo Sarantino. Women's Polearm, first place. Let's get a last name here for you. We've got Lauren Luckin. Second place was Alex Sloan for women's polearm. Men's longsword, first place, Jonathan McCartney. Next, Lorenzo Sarantino in second place. And third place for men's longsword, Justin Doughty. Women's longsword, first place was Shan Lindley, and second place was Alex Sloan. Men's sword and buckler, first place was Nathan Renaud, second place Anton Malikov, and third place Luke Salzer. Women's sword and buckler, first place was Jade Bowden, second place Shoshana Shellen, and third place Alex Sloan. We just had the award ceremony and a brief meeting of the fighters. We're now ready for the men's and women's 5 versus 5 melee competition. First on the field, we'll have Warlords White fighting out of Texas and Club Knyaz USA. Looking forward to seeing the lineup that they have here for us. It's been a great day of fighting so far. It looks like 127 people in the live stream. Make sure you like and share this out. I'm going to take a moment and do that right now. The live stream today brought to you by the Palmetto Knights and the Palmetto Knights broadcasting crew. I'm Jonathan, the Dr. Holloway, with support staff, the incredible and talented Greg, Brent, and Kathleen helping me up here in the booth today. We have an endless number of volunteers, marshals, setup crew, EMS, registration, all making this event happen for you. For those of you that are first-time viewers of this sport, you're about to see 5 versus 5 Buhurt competition. Documentable medieval armor, full contact combat. The fight ends when a fighter hits the ground. If they need to give up or get knocked out, they'll hit the ground. Once a fighter is down, they cannot continue to act defensively, but can be used as a bit of a speed bump, knocking folks over. If someone trips and falls, that also counts as a downed opponent. Strikes will come from single-handed and two-handed weapons. Shield strikes are allowed. No points are scored from weapon strikes, only in an attempt to knock down their opponents. Each team of 5 fighters actually brings more, so they have reserves held and hold. With a total of 8 fighters, they have a few to sub in and out. Typically, one of the most popular fighting scenarios in HMB. On the left of your screen, in the black and red tabards with the American flag right sleeve, is Club Knyaz USA lining up with axes, most with two-handed, though I see an axe and shield down there as well. On the right of your screen, we have Warlords White fighting out of Texas in the red, white, and burgundy tabards with a white star emblazoned on the chest. 3 fighters with weapon and shield and 2 with axes. Look for this to be a great event. Ready for the first round of men's 5 versus 5 melee. We've got the marshals getting the field set up, the correct number of fighters and the correct versions on there, with the reserves waiting for the next round. This is what many of you have been waiting for. Cheer on your favorite team.
Just go ahead and zoom into A team and just follow them.
We've got marshals doing final safety checks. Though the armor does a great job of protecting these fighters, it must be in place to do its job. The marshal's primary job down there is safety, to make sure that these fighters will get knocked down and get back up and back in the fight for the next round. Each round is scored based on the number of fighters standing at the end of the round. 5 on 5. The fight will stop when no fighters are standing for one team, or if one team is outnumbered 3-1 or greater odds. The team wins more points based on the number of fighters they still have standing. They're fought in best 2 out of 3 rounds. So if a team can win in the first 2, they save themselves extra fighting, being fresher for the later rounds. Round 1 begins in Clemson, South Carolina, with Knyaz making first contact in the far end of the field with a straight kick. The 2 fighters in the center, not engaging yet, watching to see who will commit. If one of those center fighters commits, the other will follow in and attack, trying to take the 5 advantage. Both axemen in the center turning to attack opponents. Switching up, all fighters still standing, 5 on 5 still. Club Knyaz using those axes to great effect. Sweeps coming in on the right side. We've got a Club Knyaz fighter disengaging, looking for a new target. And he's coming in hard on a Warlord shoulder. The tall fighters are tying up some other opponents, waiting for an axeman to come in and start picking them off and chopping them down. Both teams still have a 5 on 5 advantage. With Club Knyaz having 2 fighters tied up versus 1. A hard 2-handed strike. And a takedown on Knyaz. And 2 Club Knyaz members are down. We're at 5 on 2 with Warlords White having the lead. 5 on 2 with the lead to Warlords White. Again, those down fighters have to stay in position unless injured. Unless injured to the point that they have to move. And we have another Club Knyaz fighter down. It's 5 on 2. And down to 5 on 1 with Warlords 1. Warlords White taking that round. The first round going to Warlords White, 5-1. At this point, the fighters will climb back up, wearing somewhere between 75 and over 100 pounds of armor. In melee competition, they're extra armored. Both teams will decide who to sub out, bringing in some of their reserve teammates to round out the 5 team. A great bout to start off today's melee competition. Thank you for joining us wherever you are watching. Shout it out in the live stream. And remember to cheer on your team. This round 2 will still be between Warlords White and Knyaz USA. The next round will be Ordo Draconis and Warlords Black. We've got the teams lined up to match the graphics on the screen. We appreciate our graphics team for providing us incredible assistance, technical-wise, for our live stream today. Thank you very much, Buhurt League, for assisting with that. Warlords White is up with 1 round, 5-1 in that round. Round 2 about to begin. If Warlords White can win in 2 rounds, they'll have more of a break time leading into their next fight. Marshall's checking for readiness. I expect Knyaz to make first contact again, and they do at the top of the field. Knyaz still bringing in 2 sword and shield. 1 Club Knyaz fighter down. A Club Knyaz fighter loses his weapon and goes down. Another and another. It's 5 on 1. 5 on 1. Warlords White winning the second round. 5-1 as well. A great opening. Up next, we have Ordo Draconis and Warlords Black. We have Warlords Black taking the field.
Random team 1B will be coming in from the left. And on deck is third place member will be Cerberus Emissus from the right, and Knyaz coming in from the left.
Checking out the field now. Ordo Draconis, represented in the black tabards with the green stripe. Warlords Black, represented in black tabards. A nice embrace to start things out, getting the sides switched up. So if you're new to this sport, you're going to notice these weapons are definitely made of steel. They are definitely hitting with thunder and force. There is no foam on those weapons. This is a full contact team sport. And as we saw in that last round, one fighter lost the weapon before he went to the ground. If a fighter loses their weapon, they'll have to go back to their team. One of the teammates will have to hand them a weapon. They cannot pick it up off the ground. The fighters are out when they make contact, 3 points of contact with the ground. Again, Ordo Draconis in round 2. Ordo Draconis in black tabards with green stripes. Warlords Black in black tabards. Warlords Black bringing 3 weapon and shield fighters and 2 axe wielders. Ordo Draconis has 2 pole axes, 1 great sword, and 2 sword and shield fighters. Correction, 1 sword and shield, 1 sword and axe. Contact made between the great sword and pole axe fighter first. The 2 fighters in the center not wasting any time. We have a warlord down. We're 4-1 in favor of Ordo. Another warlord is down. We're at 5-3 in favor of Draconis. Taking some strong shots from the great sword. And it looks like that was stopped at 5-1. That round going to Ordo Draconis. So when a fighter hits the ground, they're scored out and cannot stand up to continue fighting, but they can be used as a bit of a roadblock. And many fighters have tripped backwards, unfortunately, over their own teammates. Field awareness is very important. You don't want someone running up behind you and knocking you over while you're running across the field, or one of those sand gremlins grabbing your foot all by yourself.
After that, Cerberus coming in from the right gate, Knyaz from the front gate.
Next up after this, we have the first round of 5 versus 5 women's melee. But for now, we have the second round for Ordo Draconis. The black and green tabards, Warlords Black and the black tabards. Sword and shield across the board for Warlords in the second round. And I'm seeing a similar lineup. 3 axes and 2 weapon and shield for Ordo. Good shield strike to start the action. 2 center fighters waiting to engage, not wanting to give another team an advantage. Good blocks on that 2-handed axe. The fight currently several one-on-ones, each team looking for numbers advantage to make it a 2-on-1 fight. All fighters still standing. We've got Ordo with a dropped axe, retrieving from an assistant. Still 5 up on both sides. Ordo fighter disengaging, looking to create an advantage. The Axeman takes down the first. Warlords. It's 5-1 in favor of Ordo. Ordo's down, now it's 4-4. Each team has lost a fighter. Each team with 1 fighter down. Neither with the advantage at the moment. The Warlords does have the advantage on the left side of the field. Their center seems to be crossing over to create an advantage on the other. Grappling, of course, allowed, encouraged, and vital to the competition today. And Warlords Black has lost another fighter. It's now 4-3 in favor of Ordo. 4-3 in favor of Ordo. The weapon on the action on the far side of the field. And we have a Warlord down. It's 4-2. It's 4-2. And 4-1. Ordo wins the second round, 4-1. Again, a team that can win in 2 instead of 3 rounds is fresher and ready to go. Next up, we have the women's melee teams. So the women's melee teams are organized slightly different for our tournament today. You're going to notice a sash, a blue sash on one of the teams as a way to mark each fighter. And each fighter will have an individualized number. The scorekeepers are tallying up how long they last in each of the fights. The teams will be randomized 3 times through competition today. And then there will be a captain's choice team match later in the day. Each of these individual fighters will be scored on their performance and the team selection taken from that. On the right side of the field, number 2, we have today's women's polearm champion. We have today's women's polearm champion, Lauren Luckin, again wielding a polearm. We have Jade, also on that side, wielding a polearm. Some of the other fighters on that side of the field do not look to have participated in the duels earlier today. On the left side of the field, the team with the blue sashes. We have Christine in purple. We have Sloan next to her. Correction, Sloan at the top of the field. The fight continues with the center. An axe is broken by the blue team. When a weapon is broken, it must be dropped and another one retained. Strong axe shots coming into the helmet and the right side. One fighter down on the blue team. 2 fighters down on the blue team. Blue team is at a disadvantage, 5-3. Still fighting strong. And another blue fighter taken down. It's still 4-2. It's still 5-2. Still 5-2. The action continues. The action will stop if the Ratio goes to 3-to-1 or greater. The solitary blue fighter on the left. Standing strong. Moving over to help her fighter. And we have great contact on the far side of the field. I believe that is Shan or Sean, who joined us earlier today for an interview. Still 5-2. Blue sash with the disadvantage. Again, each fighter is wearing a number so they can be scored on their performance today. Hard axe shots raining in. A 2-to-5 advantage is a difficult one to overcome, but it does occur. Two-arm axe shot, waiting and landing. Marshall's watching closely for safety. And Lauren getting ready to throw that axe again. Working to grapple. Fighters working desperately to stay on their feet. Doing a great job of it. Supporting to the weight of themselves and several other fighters on top. That's why staying close to the rail is so important. If they can stay on that rail, they can use it to assist in staying up. Grappling and sweeps from inside the cluster. And that's 5-1. The fight has stopped. A great first round. Each random team only has 1 or 2 substitutes to bring in. In one of those types of fights, the last 2 fighters that were really holding up that corner of the field, those 2 fighters are likely to cycle out for others to come back in. The fighters that were taken out early have a little bit of a rest. So the blue team, again taking the field, needing 5 fighters. This is round 3 of the 5 versus 5 melee competition on the second day of Carolina Carnage. Yesterday's competition included the men's and women's HMBIA USA National Tournament for Pro Fights. This morning had the duels, with the finals ending just a few moments ago. We're in our 3rd melee round, first for the women's teams. Centers not wanting to engage just yet. The teams working to ground the first opponent to gain the advantage. We have a crossbody run and deflected. Still 5 versus 5. Marshall's admonishing to watch back of the knee strikes are limited. Five up for both teams. Working to sweep. Appears one fighter has lost their weapon and is grounded. Blue has the advantage now. Blue sash has the advantage, 5-4. And the non-sash team evens it out Now 2 blue sashes down. 4-3. The sashes have the disadvantage. Another blue sash is down. 4-2. Hard axe shots raining down from Lauren. 2 blue are still active. It's 4-on-2. Lauren winding up for an axe shot, landing half. Working to pressure the sash fighter. All fighting hard to keep their feet. And it looks like it's 3-on-1. 3-on-1. Fight is stopped. An outstanding round. Next up is Cerberus Emissus versus Knyaz USA. Thank you for joining us on the live stream today. We're glad to have you with us.
What's up?
Just a chat.
There it goes.
Cerberus, entering from the flag of the field. Knyaz, entering from the field. There's no Texas in the field.
All right, back to the men's 5 versus 5 action. We see on the left side of the field, in black and yellow tabards, Cerberus Emissus. Entering from the right side of the field in red and black, we have Knyaz USA. Knyaz USA faced Warlords White in the first round. Warlords White emerging the victor. This is the first bout for Cerberus Emissus. They're coming in fresh. Club Knyaz lining up with 3 weapon and shield and 2 axe. Cerberus Emissus 4 weapon and shield with 1 axeman in the center. Contact quick away. Both teams still at 5. Quick movement by the centers. There's a buckler down and 1 Cerberus fighter. 1 Cerberus fighter is down. The advantage is 5-4 for Knyaz. Now a Knyaz fighter is down and another. It's 4-3 in favor of Cerberus. 4-3 in favor of Cerberus. And another Knyaz fighter down. 4-2 with Cerberus at the advantage. And 4-1 when the action is stopped by the marshals.
First round, Cerberus.
Cerberus Emissus with the first round, winning 4-1. Knyaz and Cerberus both switching out for some fresher reserve fighters. As mentioned before, if Cerberus can manage to win in 2, they'll be fresher for the later fights. After this, we'll see Swamp Foxes versus the Plague Rotten. Swamp Foxes, one of the hometown teams from South Carolina. Plague Rotten joining us from New York. We're so glad you're joining us today.
Swamp Foxes and Plague Rotten, get ready. Swamp Foxes and Plague Rotten, get ready. After that, female team, random 2A versus 2B.
Sorry. I wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry. All right, we're back at it. Knyaz making first contact on the near side of the field. The centers tying up individually, waiting to take the advantage. Hard shots raining in from Knyaz on the left side. Marshall's keeping an eye on the action. We have one Knyaz fighter down. 5-1 for Cerberus. Can they keep that advantage, or will Knyaz turn it? Cerberus has a 2-on-1 advantage right now, sending their free fighter over to fight on the near corner of the field. Another Knyaz fighter is down, and we're at 5-3 in favor of Cerberus. Another fighter, and that's 5-1. 5-1 in favor of Cerberus Emissus. A great second round. Wrapping up with Cerberus Emissus. Next up we have the Swamp Foxes and Plague Rotten taking the field.
All the other fights, Swamp Foxes coming in from the flag in the field. Plague Rotten enters the field. After this fight will be ladies team 2A versus 2B. On deck,
Frederick, if you would please put in there how to pronounce Knyaz. I've always heard it as Knyaz. If it is Knyaz, please spell it out so I can get it right. We certainly do appreciate the interaction. We're glad to have the interaction in the comments. We have Plague Rotten taking the field in black and burgundy. We see a couple of fighters down there with sword and buckler, likely looking to grapple, and the other three with sword and shield. The Swamp Foxes are taking the field. I see two short axes, a sword and mace, another two-handed axe, and a sword and falchion. Plague Rotten has one left-handed fighter, which may play into this in an interesting manner. Knyaz, thank you. Club Knyaz from USA. Some of those fighters are from Michigan. Ready for the next round. Swamp Foxes in blue and white. Plague Rotten in black and burgundy. First contact at the far end of the field between the taller fighters. A mass in the near portion of the field. The center's breaking away, looking for an advantage. An axe tied up. A running hit in the top, and the Swamp Fox is down. We're at 5-4 in favor of Plague Rotten. Two more. It's 4-2 in favor of Plague Rotten. Two Swamp Foxes still stand. Two of the taller fighters. And one Plague Rotten down. It's now 3-2 in favor of Plague Rotten. Still 3-2 in favor of Plague Rotten. Strong shots coming in on the Great Helm. Looking for a trip. And it's 2-1 in favor of Plague Rotten. Each of those fighters going down. The tall Swamp Fox fighter still standing in a 2-on-1 battle. And a strong shield shot. The buckler has lots of speed, but with its lack of mass, it's not going to hit as hard as the wooden shields will. We might have, he's working to down one. Still standing, hard shots coming into the elbow of Swamp Fox. Still working a sweep, however. We almost had a trip there. A hard shield push coming in. Still 2-1. Plague Rotten with the advantage. Many of these 2-1 rounds can be overcome. The Swamp Fox standing strong with a sweep coming in from Plague Rotten. Will it take him down? Marshall's watching closely for safety. Great work out there. Lots of cheering from the assembled fighters. All three tired but working hard. No fighter wanting to give ground. Plague Rotten's fighter keeps his knees. Sweeps coming in on the Swamp Fox, but he's standing firm. Shield strikes landing to the side of the head. If anything, they may be encouraging him. The Swamp Fox fighter needs to catch him on a bad sweep and take one down, turn it into a one-on-one fight. Plague Rotten, one of them should back up and look for some openings between armor to hit. Right now, a tight grapple on the near side of the field. Still working hard. The grounded fighters hopefully breathing, getting some of their breath back, ready for the next round. Still coming. Marshall's counting, considering a break. The action continues. The Swamp Fox pushing it and keeps standing in the corner. Plague Rotten setting up. Getting a little coaching from Plague Rotten's team. With those weakened fighters, if the Swamp Fox can knock one over, he'll even it out. All three of these fighters giving it their all. A hard mace shot. He's not done yet. And the Marshals call the fight on time. The Swamp Fox fighter taking his cues for standing strong the whole round through. That round goes 2-1 in favor of Plague Rotten. Fighters swapping back in to get some fresh blood in there. Mike, yes. Knyaz USA will be fighting again. Right now, we're about to have round 2 of Swamp Foxes versus Plague Rotten. Next will be a women's match. Randomized teams for round 2 of the women's tournament. Following that, Warlords White will return to face Cerberus Emissus. Warlords White was victorious in 2 rounds on the first round of competition today. Cerberus Emissus was victorious over Knyaz USA in 2 rounds as well. That may be the fight to watch for the early stages of this bout. We're glad to have you with us on the live stream today, from wherever you're joining us. Swamp Foxes take the field with what looks like 3 weapon and shield and 2 axe. Plague Rotten taking the field with 3 sword and shield and 2 sword and buckler. One Swamp Fox down in the center. 5-4 in favor of the Plague Rats. Still 5-4. Now 5-3 with another Swamp Fox down. And it balances out. Now it's 3-2. 3-2 with a small advantage in the favor of Plague Rotten. It looks like a Swamp Fox fighter is down, and now it's 3-1 in favor of Plague Rotten. Next up, we have, as a reminder, the women's teams are competing as individuals for a slot on the women's teams. After the first round, the teams were randomized again. One team indicated with blue sashes, the other without sash. Ready for round 2 for the women's competition. A front kick to start the action. And it looks like one fighter down with an advantage 5-4 for the blue sash team. And the advantage claimed back, 4-4. A massive 3 at the near side of the field. Correction, 4. Sashes again have lost another. It's 4-3. Blue sash with the disadvantage, 4-3. That blue sash fighter on the near side of the field, barely keeping off the ground and doing a great job of it. Hard axe shots raining down. And she's down. One of the non-sash fighters down in the far corner. So we're at 3-2. Blue sash with 2. Each team looking for a way to trip. Hard axe shots raining down to the back of the arm. Blue Sash fighter trying to tie up both of her opponents. With a good sweep, might take down that right-handed opponent. Those fighters still staying strong. Although one non-sash fighter lost her weapon. Stepping over to the edge to recover. For the moment, it's 2-on-2, but the third fighter has recovered their weapon. And a blue sash fighter has lost their weapon. When a fighter loses their weapon, they can still be attacked, but cannot act offensively. Appears that a weapon's been recovered by that blue sash fighter. Another weapon lost for the non-sash team. Going to recover. At the moment, 2-on-2 in action. Number 1 recovering her axe. 3-2, disadvantage, blue sash. Putting all kinds of pressure on that blue sash fighter. Working to stay up, and blue sash has evened out the numbers. It's 2-2. Though a weapon appeared dropped there, it looks like it may be a blue sash weapon dropped down. And it's 2-on-1. Lauren Luckin with a poleaxe, our women's poleaxe champion. Polearm champion, excuse me. Standing strong. Remember, these fighters are working for their individual spot on the team. Marshall's watching for rules. Timekeeper announcing 30 seconds left in this bout. Fifteen seconds left.
Yeah.
Looks like Lauren's going to be able to stand for the remaining of the round. Hard axe shots coming in. And the round ends by time. The fighters resetting. Folks in the chat, I've been informed by the scorekeepers that on the list, the team was listed as Plague Rotten. Though I am aware of Plague Rats as a team, and I'm also aware that many of those members are members of Plague Rats, but on my score sheet, I've got it listed as Plague Rotten.
And that is correct. They are Plague Rotten. I was talking last night.
And we've got confirmation firsthand from a Plague Rotten teammate that they are indeed Plague Rotten at this event. We wish the Plague Rats great luck in returning and cheering on their teammates, Plague Rotten, today. The Blue Sash team ready on the field again. The non-Sash team on the other. The non-Sash team looks to have 2 sword and weapon, or correction, shield and weapon, and 3, I see 2 short axes, and another, I can't tell if that's a single-handed axe or a short axe. Looks like a single-handed axe. All fighters still up. Barely off the ground. And we have one Sash fighter down. 5-4 on non-Sashes. And hard axe shots raining in. A cross-field engagement. We have another non-Sash fighter down. It's 4-4. A non-Sash fighter caught away from the rail. Her teammate trying to keep her up by holding her weapon high. Looks like we have a helmet strap failure on a non-Sash fighter. We've got marshals checking gear. One, two, three, 4 Sash fighters still up, with 2 non-Sash fighters still standing strong. Hard poleaxe shots raining in. And 1 Sash fighter down. It's now 3-2 in favor of Sash. The first round, a long fight, fought all the way to time. Hard shots landing on shoulders. Christine working on a sweep on Shan. With all those fighters down in that area, one is likely to be a speed bump for another. A little bit of attention getting there. Still 3-2 in favor of Sashes. The next fight up is Warlords White and Cerberus Emissus. This is the second round of the random women's team. 2 hard shots landing in on number 1. Number 1 is down, and it's 3-1 in favor of Sash team. A great round, and hard fought. Hopefully an armor repair can be done. In time for the next round. Up next, we have Warlords White in the red, white, and blue tabards. Well, I take that back. It looks like the marshals are calling for a round 3. Ah. Without set teams, sometimes it's a little hard keeping track of this. But we're getting confirmation here if there was a split win. Yep, looks like we're going for a third. All right, the Sash team has 5 on the field. The non-Sash team looking to field 2 more. Non-Sash fighters up to 4. We're looking for that 5th fighter for the non-Sash team. We had a helmet failure just a moment ago. Looks like they're trying to repair that quickly. or find a replacement helmet in short order. Again, with the women's rounds, we don't have set teams. The women on site today are fighting randomized teams, each being scored. Looks like we have a helmet being traded out over there to replace possibly that broken chin strap from earlier. All right, and we're back in it. The non-sash team is fielding 1, 2, 3, 4 axes and 1 weapon and shield. The sash team fielding weapon and shield, axe, 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 and another weapon and shield. The marshal announcing 90 seconds left in the fight. With a 10-minute maximum, this round is limited to a minute and a half. The team with most fighters standing will win this round. But again, this is not a team competition for these ladies. It is for individual points scored. One sash fighter is down on the near side of the field. A hard axe shot coming in, dodged by the sash fighter, Christine. Still 4. Oh, now it's 4 each. The last few seconds ticking down, 4-4 each team. Where each fighter stands in their own personal scorecard, I do not know, but we will have an announcement at the award ceremony later today. And 2 fighters go down on the near side of the field. 1 sash and 1 non. Looks 3-3. 15 seconds left.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
Standing strong in the corner.
1.
And it will end 3-3 for each team. Team-wise, that would be considered a draw, but again, each fighter is fighting for their own personal spot on the Women's USA team.
Any individual single round, the fight can exceed 5 minutes, and the combination of all fights can exceed 10 minutes. You've had no fights that were called because of the 5 minute limit being extended. And this one was 3 minutes total. That's why the fight was called so soon. Again, round 3.
Next, taking the field, we have Warlords White in the white, blue, and burgundy tabards. Cerberus Emissus taking the field in the black and gold tabards. We thank you for joining us from wherever you're coming in from on this live stream. Today's event is day 2 of Carolina Carnage, hosted by the Palmetto Knights, South Carolina's premier medieval fight club. The tournament is occurring in Clemson, South Carolina, at the T.F. Garrison Rodeo Arena.
HMBIA rules state you cannot grab the blade of the sword to grab your opponent to the ground. It's been seen a few times in the live stream. I've called it once. We are getting a blanket warning at this point. Do not grab the blade as grabbing as a grappling tool. You cannot grab the blade of any weapon, only the half of their handle. Does everyone understand?
The marshal reminding the fighters that you cannot grab the blade of any weapon. Not only is it against the rules, it's very unsafe. These blades, after several bits of contact, are going to be sharp and serrated and will cut the inner glove on most gauntlets. And as such, we're ready for the next round. Warlords White in the white, blue, and burgundy. Cerberus Emissus in black and gold. Cerberus Emissus coming to the field with weapon and shield. 4 weapon and shield fighters with 1 axeman in the middle. A similar lineup for Warlords White. Evenly matched at this time, 5-5. The near fight handling on the rail. Looks like a buckler may have been dropped on the far side of the field. A shield drop is not necessarily limiting. As long as they still have protective equipment on their hands, they're good to go. A weapon's been dropped, but he recovers his backup mace. Outstanding. And a Cerberus Emissus fighter is down. It's 5-4 in favor of Warlords White. Dominant in their earlier performance. And a second Cerberus fighter is down. It's 5-4 in favor of Warlords. We have a medical hold on the field. That fighter went down with a long split leg takedown, and he was holding his knee pretty good. May have a little bit of knee damage down there, but our medics are right there with him. The fight is in hold as he's being evaluated. Looks like they're getting him ready to stand. Maybe putting weight on that left leg. Being helped off the field by teammates, medical personnel, and marshals. They'll get him evaluated and transported if necessary. But the fight is about to pick back up. It's 5-3 in favor of Warlords White.
All right, fighters, be ready. Gates are locked. All right, fighters, ready to get countdown. Fight in 3, 2, 1, fight!
And the fight continues. 5-4 in favor of the Warlords. Action happening on the far side of the field. Marshals watching for rule violations and safety. And a turn. An axe drop. Cerberus hoping to turn the tables and take down one of the Warlords. It's 5-3 still for Warlords. And Marshall's calling a fighter down. Looks like he may have dropped his shield first. Unsure. And it's 5-4 in favor of Warlords White. 5-4, Warlords White for the first round. Correction, 5-1, Warlords White. Warlords changing out with their reserves. Cerberus Emissus as well. We're coming to you live today from Clemson, South Carolina, presenting Day 2 of Carolina Carnage, the HMBIA USA National Qualifiers. Yesterday, we had the HMBIA National Qualifiers for the Pro Fight Division for men's and women's. This morning, we had the Duels Qualifiers for HMBIA USA. The winners competing at the Battle of the Nations later this year. We'll give you an update on the duels winners again after this next round of competition. If you're just joining us, Cerberus Emissus are in the black and gold tabards on the left side of the field. Warlords White in the burgundy, white, and blue tabards with the white star. This is round 2 of their bout, and round 5 overall for the men's 5 versus 5. Warlords White won their bout earlier against Knyaz USA. Cerberus Emissus also defeated Knyaz. Warlords White bringing 3 weapon and shield and 2 pole arms. Cerberus also 3 weapon and shield, 1 single-headed axeman, and 1 two-handed axeman. Looks like a broken axe, causing that fighter to have to run back to the Warlord side. And 1 fighter down for each team in the far left side of the field. Another fighter down. Looks like a Cerberus fighter and another Cerberus fighter. It's 4-2 in favor of Warlords White. 4-2, Warlords White. Creating a 2-on-2 in each side, but the Cerberus fighter manages to sweep a Warlords competitor, and it's 3-2. And both Cerberus fighters go down. Stop that fight! Sorry about the volume there, guys. Looked like the marshals may have had the back turned on that one. And an awesome win for Warlords White. Next up is Ordo Draconis in the black tabards with a green stripe, and the Swamp Foxes in the white and blue. Swamp Foxes face Plague Rotten in round 4. Plague Rotten coming out the victors. Ordo Draconis face Warlords Black in round 2, with Ordo Draconis coming out the victor.
Coming to the field now is Ordo Draconis. Green and black.
Swamp Foxes, one of the hometown teams from South Carolina. Representing Team 2 from Palmetto Knights. A friendly embrace before the smashy smash. It looks like the Swamp Foxes are fielding 1, 2 pole axes and 3 shieldmen. Ordo Draconis, I see 2 pole axes, 1 large falchion, 2-handed falchion, and 2 shieldmen. Marshals doing a secondary check for the neck armor. One of the most vital pieces of armor, frequently injured if not protected. And we're ready for round 6 of the men's 5 versus 5 competition. Ordo Draconis taking the charge. Coming in hard. With 1 fighter each down in the center of the field. It's 4-on-4. A 2-on-1 for each team on different corners of the field. Another Swamp Fox goes down. It's 4-3 in favor of Ordo. 4-3 in favor of Ordo. And now it's 3-1, and the fight is stopped. The first round goes 3-1 in favor of Ordo Draconis. A quick first round. We're about halfway through the men's 5 versus 5 preliminary fights.
Next up will be women's team 3A versus team 3B, followed by the Peacocks versus Knyaz, followed by the Peacocks and Warlords Black.
Teams changing out their fighters, getting ready to go for the second round. Swamp Foxes in the blue and white. It looks like Ordo Draconis is fielding again. I see 3 axes, 2 shieldmen. Swamp Foxes with 3 shieldmen and 1 axe in the center. Correction, Ordo has 3 shieldmen and 2 axes. Both teams meeting in the center of the field. A hard shield punch on the far end, and 2 polearm fighters down initially. Again, a down fighter can be used as a roadblock, and another Swamp Fox goes down. 4-3 in favor of Ordo. Hard shield shots coming through. No, it's 2-4, 2-4. An Ordo fighter has lost their weapon. It is still 2-4. 4-2. 4-1. The fight is stopped. Another fast round for Ordo Draconis. Next up, we have round 3 of the randomized women's team. For now, let's go ahead and give you an update on the duels fights from earlier today. In men's sword and shield, first place was Nathan Renaud. Mickey Guido came in second place, and Anton Molokov will represent the United States at the Battle of the Nations in third place. Women's sword and shield, Shoshana Schellens won first place. Jade Bowden took second, and Alex Sloan came in third. Men's polearm was won by, we're going to get you a confirmation on the last name there. I believe it's Matthew Kriegman in first place for men's polearm. We'll confirm that for you. Kelly McMahon in second. And Lorenzo Sorrentino was third for men's polearm. Women's polearm was won by Lauren Lucken. Second place, Alex Sloan. Men's longsword was won by Jonathan McCartney. Second place, Lorenzo Sorrentino. And third place, Justin Dottie. Women's longsword, Shan Lindley took first, and Alex Sloan was second. Men's sword and buckler, Nathan Renaud was first. Anton Molokov was second. Luke Sauser came in third. And women's sword and buckler, Jade Bowden was first. Shoshana Schellen second, and Alex Sloan third. Back to the melee. We have two randomized women's teams. One in blue sash, one without. Following this bout will be the Palmetto Knights Peacocks versus Knyaz USA. Later today, we have the teams 12 versus 12. So far in the melees, if you're just now joining us or missed some of the earlier ones, first round was Warlords White defeating Knyaz USA. Ordo Draconis defeating Warlords Black. The women's teams fought in randomized format. Cerberus Emissus defeated Knyaz USA. Plague Rotten defeated Swamp Foxes. Another randomized women's bout. Warlords White defeated Cerberus Emissus. Ordo Draconis defeated Swamp Foxes. And now, we're ready for the third randomized women's bout. Each of the women's bouts, teams have been chosen on a random basis, but with points assigned based on the performance of each fighter. You'll see these fighters have a number to help identify them for records purposes. And the women's team will be chosen based off individual performance. This is the third of 4 women's bouts. Correction, the third of 5 women's bouts. And 5 fighters have taken each side of the field. One final marshal check. We'll be ready to begin. The non-sash fighters are fielding 3 axes and 2 with weapon and shield. For the sash fighters, I see 1, 2, 3 axes and 2 weapon and shield. The gates are locked and shut. Each of these individuals are fighting for their own slot on the team. In the earlier round, it went to time. 1 sash fighter down. Another. It's 5-2, or correction, 5-3 in favor of the non-sash team. A 2-on-1 chase, keeping the action moving. 5-on-3 at the near side of the field. Another sash fighter down. It's 5-on-2. Disadvantage to sash. It's a 3-on-1 battle on the near side of the field. The axeman on the far side trying to use movement. That first round stopped. I didn't see that last fighter go down. It's possible that they yielded standing. But the first fight going to the non-sash team. It doesn't look like there are any alternates available. So, after a brief break, we're ready to go. And the next round begins. If the non-sash win, They'll take the bout. And a hard shot from behind, taking down the Sash fighter on the far side of the field. Advantage 5-4 for the non-Sash team. Again, good movement by the Sash. The Sash runner with the axe. And two fighters going down on the far side of the field. It's 4-3 in favor of the non-Sash team. Good movement by the polearm fighters. Sweeps. We have another fighter down. Can't see if it's Sash or not. Looks like a non-Sash fighter. 3-3. Again, each of these women fighting for their slot on the U.S. women's team. And two more fighters go down on the far side of the field. It's 2-2 in the near corner. Hip toss being attempted, but that Sash fighter has a strong lock on the top side of that rail. We have an isolated fight over here. Medics are checking out one of the ladies on the far side. The fight continues on the near side of the field. Fight had a bit of a stalemate. Lauren working the leverage, trying to take down the Sash fighter, and it's 2-1. And non-Sash wins with Lauren standing at the end. Medics are checking out. The poleaxe fighter on the far side of the field. It looked like a knee was beginning to hyperextend in a fall there. Great medics on scene checking her out. Thank you for joining us today. We are broadcasting live from Clemson, South Carolina at the T. Ed Garrison Rodeo Arena. And it looks like she's back on her feet. Walking off with some assistance. And we're preparing for the next round. We have the PK Peacocks entering in blue and white. We have Knyaz USA entering in black and red. The Peacocks featuring 3 weapon and shield fighters and 2 axemen. Their opponents, 2 weapon and shield and 3 axes. A salute from across the field. And we're about ready to begin round 7 of the men's 5 versus 5 melee competition. These preliminary bouts will decide who goes into the bracketed finals. Following this bout, we have Plague Rotten versus Warlords Black. This is the first fight of the day for the Peacocks. Knyaz, their third fight of the day. Peacocks waiting for Knyaz to engage. And they do. Sword axe shots coming in. And one Peacock down. Marshals to determine. It's and a Knyaz fighter down. It's 4-4. And hard pull axe shots happening in the near corner of the field. One more Peacock down. It's 4-3 in favor of Knyaz. Josh Waters on the Peacocks taking some hard axe shots. You got a 4-on-2 battle on the far corner of the field. Correction. Looks like 4-on-3. Working hard to grapple. A great battle in that corner. Teammates working to keep each other up. And another Peacock down. It's 4-2. Still 4-2. And the Marshals call the fight. 4-1. First round going to Knyaz USA. New fighters swapping out. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of Carolina Carnage. Currently featured are the men's 5 versus 5 melee team. After this will be men's 5 versus 5 Plague Rotten versus Warlords Black. Following that, the women's teams divided into the Team Legends and Team Mythics.
Looks like in this again, featuring Lawson, we're getting ready for round 2. Peacocks and Warlords White.
The Hamado Knight Peacocks on the left of the field. Looks like 3 axemen, 2 with shields. Knyaz, 4 with axes and 1 with a shield. Teammates communicating on the field, working the plan. A hard axe shot coming in. And 1 fighter from each team is down. It's 4-on-4. Hard axe shots in the near corner. Fighters in the far corner trying to stay up. Trying to stay up. And PK has taken the advantage. The Peacocks are up to 3, and 2 more fighters are down. And Palmetto Knights take that round with 2 fighters still standing at the end. It looks like this is going to be the first split round going to 3rd on the men's 5 versus 5. If my scorecard is correct, each of the previous men's teams have 1 and 2, and this will be the first time that a 5 versus 5 bout has gone to 3 rounds today. Last minute substitutions coming in for round 3. I see 3 axemen, maybe 4 axemen for Peacocks. Two axemen for Knyaz USA. Marshall's ready. Again, this is the first round for the Peacocks and 3rd for Knyaz USA. A Peacock fighter taking the rail up top. Both teams still at full strength. Looks like a couple of weapons have been lost. Peacocks recovering a weapon. And first fighter down for the Peacocks. It's 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-4 in favor of Knyaz. Peacocks fighter recovering a new weapon. Back in the fight now. And taking down the shieldman for Knyaz. And another. It's 4-3. 3-2. A Palmetto Knights fighter has lost his helmet and fallen out. A Knyaz fighter is down. It's 3-2 with the Palmetto Knights home team up top. A missed shot disarming a Marshall. And the fight is called 3-1 for the Palmetto Knights. Peacocks. Next up is Plague Rotten versus Warlords Black. We have Marshals helping one fighter in the center of the field. Looks like he's about to stand up with some assistance. With weapons littering the field, many dropped that round. That fighter is up and ready to go. Taking the field next, the Plague Rats in burgundy and black, and Warlords Black and Black Tabards. I may need to take a break here in a little bit. I know we're not taking a fighting break. I don't know if someone else is wanting to handle the mic, or if we're going to let it bathroom break.
Okay, if you want, I can take over the mic.
Sure.
Sure.
You want to cover this one, or?
I'll just use that.
Okay.
Okay, who are these people? We got Plague Rats, and I don't know who the other team is. Do you know who this other team is?
I think Warlords Black.
What?
Warlords Black, I think that's where we're at.
Warlords Black and Plague Rotten. All right, everybody, we're going to do a little bit of a voice change here as someone had to take a break, but we are now looking on the field. You're seeing on the left-hand side, we have Plague Rotten. It's a kind of a hybrid team from the New York area. And on the right-hand side, Warlords Black, team from Texas, one of two teams that appear from Texas. Warlords Black looks to be having sword and shield for 3 and 2 two-handed weapons. Meanwhile, Plague Rotten is going with 2 sword and board combinations, 3 sword and board combinations. One of those is an axe and a shield, actually. Now that I'm looking at them, they are going with all one-handed weapons. I'm not seeing a two-handed weapon amongst them, which is a strange choice, not something you see normally, especially when you've got on the other side of the field the team with the Texas flag. You've got a two-handed weapon and you have a two-handed axe. Plague Rotten is going all single-handed weapons, and Black is going with some serious firepower. They've got some two-handed weapons, all those howitzers, and our infantry is going to be seeing if they can take out the artillery. Here we go. They're getting ready to come onto the field. Fight's about to start, and we are on. Engaging in the bottom corner, we have some kicks. Flurry, here comes that axe. It's going to come. Nope. Top corner. So much going on. That giant axe just took into the back of the helmet, but quickly was reinforced by sword and board. Sword and board gives you better defense. You're able to suck up that damage a little better. When your back is turned, you're in trouble. Here we go up top, and we have a run-in kick. They're all locked in the rail. They're going to be locked in there for a while. Meanwhile, in the far right corner, we have 2 people standing free. One of them is going to get a sweep and pull in towards the bodies, hoping to make a drop. There it is. Now looking back into the field where these 2 are going to join in here at the top. And, down. I think we only have 1. Should be a call. That's a call. That was one of possibly 3. That's the first of fights. First team who had 2 fights wins. We're now switching sides.
As they reach round 2, the next fight, Legends will be coming in from the flag end of the field versus the Mythics and right end of the field. After the Legends versus the Mythics,
you see the Plague Rotten look like they're coming up with a new strategy. They're talking about what just happened.
and fight after that will be
Some winning strategy.
Meanwhile,
Texas Peacocks are ready and keeping the same combination. I'm not seeing any new weapons combinations. Warlords Black is ready to go. Field is being cleared. Marsh is about to call the action. There they are. Flurry of blows here in the top. We've got some kicks. One man hanging on the rail while a series. Plague Rotten try to take him down. Plague Rotten with a charge and a kick. does not work. Coming back, he's using his mobility to get in as many of these strikes as he can where he has the momentum of a run. We have a throw down. Plague Rotten has a numerical advantage now. One man down. Plague Rotten up by one. Here we go again with that same run. He's been running back and forth, hoping to get in that extra man advantage and brings him down. Continuing the fight in the bottom corner. Meanwhile, here in the top, we've had the last man fall down. Blacks need to actually get in there as quickly as possible. Warlord Blacks hanging on. Stop fight. And it is Plague Rotten, the winner of this bout. That's now one win for each team. So we're going to have a third fight between Warlords Black and Plague Rotten. It's Texas versus New York. For Texas, we have Warlord Black. Warlord Black is doing some exchanges. We see 3 shieldmen and a buckler and a great weapon. They've kind of changed their combinations a little bit. Meanwhile, Plague Rotten still maintaining no mass weapons, no two-handed weapons, going entirely with one-handed weapons, and only counting 4 on their side. They need a 5th. Waiting for that 5th to show up, and here he is, also another sword blow. Once again, Plague Rats going in entirely one-handed weapons. We're seeing a little reorganization going on over here also. Warlord Black has that monster axe and another two-handed axe. We're going to be bringing some artillery on this fight. The fight is being prepared by the marshals. And we have fight. Tentative right now, a little tangling at the top. In the top of the field, you see we've got Plague Rotten on the rail. 2 warlords trying to take his legs, make him weaker, fall down. But no real movement otherwise. And there's the breakout. Plague Rotten charges in the warlords captain. They have a good bout going as they both try to pound each other. They're bound on the rail again. Meanwhile, in this back corner, running in. Oh, we have the first Warlord Black down. That puts Plague Rotten up by 1. Here we are in the far corner. These guys have got to get back into that fight. 2 on 1, but he's well hooked into the rail. Back in the far left corner, we have another 2 on 1, but he's in the corner and he's well supported. Overall field is down to these individuals where they need to take down one of the Warlord Blacks. It is, in this case, 2 on 1, separate fights. Left-hand corner, 2 on 1. He is still well bound in the corner. I think one of the Plague Rotten is going to decide to engage in the other scrum. Meanwhile, in the other scrum, bit of a standoff. He's well bound on the rails, so they have to pound him into submission. Here's a charge, and it's deflected. Both Plagues, all the Plague Rats are dealing with Warlord Blacks who are bound on the rail. One other Plague Rotten also bound on the rail. Meanwhile, in the upper corner, we have a 2 on 1 situation. I think we have an armor failure at this point. Nope, a disarm. We have a change out of weapons. Plague Rotten is looking to take a Another weapon must have dropped his mace. They have the advantage. They need to take advantage of it and bring down one more Warlord Black. Endless. And there it is. Plague Rotten wins in 2 out of 3, a hard-won fight where it had to go with a split round. This is one of those fights where the teams don't necessarily like going this far because they're both tired and there's more likely to be injuries that would tend to make the fighting a little more difficult further on the day.
Legends coming in from the flag end of the field. Mythics coming in from the flag end of the field.
Alright, we next have the Mythics and the Legends.
Versus Cerberus from the flag end of the field. Then Ordo Draconis coming in from the flag end of the field versus Peacocks coming in from the field.
Keep going as long as you want. Ready when you are.
You got it back. Mythics and Legends.
So, do we know which one's which?
I had a hard time concentrating both of these things.
All right, next up we have the Legends and the Mythics. After this, we have the Palmetto Knights, Peacocks, and Cerberus Emissus. Thank you for watching wherever you are. We're broadcasting live from Clemson, South Carolina.
We need somebody to stand off. We walk into the end. Far out of the field. Let's get a ball going, man.
We have round 4 of the women's 5 versus 5 melee competition today. The Legends and the Mythics. Each individual fighter is fighting for a total score to win their shot at being on the U.S. women's team. The Legends and the Mythics, I believe, is a legacy grouping from a previous fight. After this, round 5 for the women's. The women's division will be Captain's Choice for Team 1 and Captain's Choice for Team 2. Legends in the turquoise sash. Mythics without a sash. Legends bringing axes. 1 shield. Good movement from the Legends. Looking for a double team. All fighters still standing. 1 Legends fighter goes down to the near side. And another. It's 5-3 in favor of the Mythics. Some solid axe shots coming in on the far side of the field. Landing on the Legends fighter. It's 5-2 in favor of Mythics. Those fighters still standing, and it is 5-1, ending the fight. With 5 still standing, the Mythics take the first round.
It's played rock.
Debbie, did they win?
Yes, they did.
Thank you. The Legends and the Mythics reset for their second round. Up next, the Peacocks in Cerberus Emissus. We appreciate you joining us today on the live stream. The Legends on the left of your screen with a blue sash. The Mythics opposite without the sash. First round going to the Mythics with 5 fighters still standing at the end. One Mythic fighter in the backfield, looking to cause chaos. All fighters finding a rail. Legends fighter being double teamed in the near corner, still standing and down. Taking a Mythic with her. It's 4-4. Hard axe shots landing on Lauren on the far end of the field. And again, axe shots to the body. Looks like we have a localized hold for medical, but the fight continues. Hard axe shots raining in. Again on Lauren, the pole arm champion for the women. It looks like 4-3 in favor of the Legends. Hard axe shots coming into the back. Armor doing its job. Shan still standing. Legend fighter saving her companion. And it's 3-2. Correction, 3-3. Mythics have evened the score.
Back up the rail.
Two fighters working the center of the field. The other 4 on the rail. Heading over for a double team. Visor up! A great move. A great move. In there, jumping in to close that visor.
3, 2, 1, fight!
The fighter whose visor came up is down. Her teammate was right in there. And it's back to 2-2. Mythics taking down the Legends. Looking for the targets, working to bring down. And a pile in the corner. One of the Legends fighter has, one of the Mythics fighters has lost their weapon. Cannot act offensively during that time. A breaks free, attempting to get a weapon. Sweeping hard. in the far corner to the right. And it's 2-1 in favor of the Legends. Legends taking their time, tying up the Mythic Fighter. Trying to use leverage. It's a 1 versus 1. And Mythics pull it out. Correction. Must have heard someone from the crowd giving that call. Marshals are still saying that Legends fighter was still on her feet. It's a 1-on-1. Both fighters exhausted, but continuing. 30 seconds left in the round. It may go the distance. That Mythic fighter has dropped several of her opponents. And this fight goes to time. One round, the first round goes to the Mythics. The second round goes to a draw. I saw the chat discussing a possible fourth round. We'll see where that goes. This is the fourth of 5 versus 5 women's bouts. We have 8 of the 12 preliminary men's 5 versus 5 already completed. Next up, Palmetto Knight Peacocks versus Cerberus Emissus. Both teams catching their breath, getting ready for round 3. Thank you for joining us for the live stream today. We're up to 130 folks watching. Shout out where you're watching from if you haven't already. We've got folks joining us from all across the United States and around the world. The gates are shut. Nearly. One more gate. Don, thanks for asking. The Plague Rotten is the team representing New York today. Plague Rats, many of the members of Plague Rotten are also members of Plague Rats. If you're just joining us, this is the United States National Qualifiers for HMB USA. The winners today go to represent Team USA at the World Championships Battle of the Nations later this year in Romania. Last night we had fighting in the pro fights format, both men's and women's. This morning we're the duels competitors. Crowning champions. We'll recap that for you a little bit later. And now are the 5 versus 5. Sage, welcome from New Zealand. Thanks for joining us. Glad to see Ohio. Christopher, thanks for coming in. Cody from NorCal. Thanks for joining from Portland and Denmark. Michael, welcome. Thanks for watching from Bloomington, Illinois. Cheering on the Warlords. The Warlords are some of the Texas clubs. And round 3 is scored to the Mythics. Unsure of the reason for the scoring that way. Nathaniel, if you check PalmettoKnights.com, we have a fighter club finder where you can look for the nearest fight club near you. Matt from Argentina, thanks for joining. Like the stream and share it with your friends. Jennifer, thanks for joining us from Colorado. Steel Tiger Media, Warlord Academy in Dallas. Joan, thanks for joining from La Pine, Oregon. Finland, Las Vegas. Lawrence, thanks for joining us from Oconee. Netherlands representing. Shetland, thank you, Sarah, for coming in. Next up, we have the Palmetto Knights Peacocks in the blue and white tabards. Cerberus Emissus. Cerberus Emissus in the black and gold. Cerberus fielding 1 axe and 4 shieldmen. Palmetto Knights with 3 axes and 2 shieldmen. Fighters going to the rails initially, but still some action in the middle of the field. We got 2 Peacocks down. 3. It's 5-2, and that's 5-1. A quick round for Cerberus Emissus. A quick round. And Cerberus taking 5. We got a fighter over in the corner of Palmetto Knights Peacock. He's back up, ready to fight. Both teams lined up and ready to go. Don, thanks for joining from Pittsburgh. Mike from Portland. Fighters are ready. Round 2 begins. The Peacocks charging the far side of the field. One Peacock down and another. It's 5-3 in favor of Cerberus. Another Peacock down. It looks 4-1 and called there. Another quick round for Cerberus Emissus. Next up, we have Ordo Draconis and Plague Rotten. Ordo Draconis in black and green tabards. Plague Rotten in black and burgundy quarter.
Warlords White coming in from Black versus Peacocks, and fifth in the field, followed by Warlords Black versus the Smallpox. Warlords Black will be coming in from the Black in the field.
Want to get it?
Maybe when it's back, it's fine.
Oh no, do it now.
And we've got a new fighter in training. Oh no, he's dropped his weapon. He'll have to pick up a spare. The next generation of Buhurt fighters. Well, he's got his weapon back up. He's back at it. Get that man a Pell. I'm not sure. Has he been inspected by the marshals yet? That weapon does not look like it conforms to league standards. Taking a look at the field now, we have Ordo Draconis in black and green. Plague Rotten in black and burgundy. Plague Rotten appears to be fielding 4 shieldmen and a 5th coming onto the field. Ordo Draconis, I see 1, 2 shieldmen, and looks like 3 axes. Fighters are ready for the first round between Ordo Draconis and Plague Rotten.
What?
What?
I think they just yielded.
We're getting some clarification from the team captain and the marshals.
Nope.
Okay, apparently that was just a salute and not a yield. Or maybe it was. The fight is yielded by Plague Rotten to Ordo Draconis. Next up, the ladies' teams, Captain Choice 1 and Captain Choice 2. If you're joining us today for day 2 of Carolina Carnage, yesterday we had the USA HMB national qualifiers for the pro fights. This morning we had the duels, men's and women's. We've got those results for you now for the duels. Men's Sword and Shield, first place, Nathan Renaud. Second place, Mickey Guido. And third place, Anton Molokov. First place, Women's Sword and Shield, Shoshana Shellens. Second place, Jade Bowden. Third place, Alex Sloan. First place, men's polearm, Matthew Cregan. Second place, Kelly McMinn. And third place, Lorenzo Sorrentino. Women's polearm was won by Lauren Lucken. Second place taken by Alex Sloan. Men's long sword, first place went to Jonathan McCartney. Second place to Lorenzo Sorrentino. And third place to Justin Dottie. Women's long sword champion, Shan Lindley. Second place, Alex Sloan. Men's sword and buckler, Nathan Renan won again for his second first place finish this year. Anton Molokov in second. And third, Luke Salzer. Women's sword and women's sword and buckler, Jade Bowden in first. Shoshana Shellen in second, and Alex Sloan in third. So far today in the melees, men's 5 versus 5. Warlords White defeated Knyaz USA. Ordo Draconis defeated Warlords Black. The women's team had a randomized group for the first round. Cerberus Emissus defeated Knyaz USA. Plague Rotten defeated Swamp Fox. The women had a second randomized round. In round 5, the Warlords White beat Cerberus Emissus. Ordo Draconis then defeated Swamp Fox. The women had a third randomized round. The Palmetto Night Peacocks beat Knyaz USA. Plague Rotten then defeated Warlords Black. The Ladies Mythics defeated the Legends. Cerberus Emissus defeated the Peacocks. And Ordo Draconis took the yield from Plague Rotten. After the Captain's Choice women's match, we have Warlords White and Peacocks, followed by Warlords Black and Swamp Foxes. That will wrap up the preliminary 5v5, and then we'll go into the bracketed series for the finals.
This is a good time to take a restroom break. I'm heading out. I'll be back.
For those of you watching, we are streaming on YouTube. We are streaming on YouTube through the Buhurt League channel. Buhurt League, thank you for hosting this live stream on YouTube, brought to you by the Palmetto Knights and Buhurt League. I'm going to grab a quick snack while there's a break. That. I hope there's not too much ticking. I'm going to go try to put my passcode in my phone later. They're going to be putting in your passcode instead.
What?
I said I'm going to try to put my passcode in later and mess it up putting in your passcode.
We have Warlords White versus the Peacocks and Warlords Black versus the Warlords. Both teams, Warlords coming in from the black race. Both teams from your left coming in from the field.
Good. All right, welcome back. This is the 5th and final round of women's team competition. Captain's Choice Team 1 and Captain's Choice Team 2. The women's teams were mixed up randomly earlier, each scoring their own points to earn their spot on the women's U.S. team for Battle of the Nations. At this point, the team captains have picked their own squads to see how they match. Good movement in the center. Finding a gap in the hip armor of the sashed fighter. One fighter down on Team 1. A mass of fighters on the far side of the list. 2 fighters drifting to the near corner, not engaging, looking for an opening. Now they engage. A good kick to back off that Axeman. Looks like we have another Team 1 member down in the far right corner. Solid axe shots raining in. Jeremy, welcome from Northern Ontario, Canada. Hello to North Korea watching. I doubt that. It looks like 5-2 now in favor of Captain's Choice Team 2. And that's 5-1. Fighters getting a moment to rest, regroup, and prepare for round 2.
Reset for 1 more.
Again, after this, we have Warlords White versus the Peacocks and Warlords Black versus Swamp Foxes. After that, we'll have the bracketed run leading into the finals for the 5 versus 5 for the men's. Scheduled for 4:20 is the men's 12 versus 12 tournament. I believe we're going to be running long on that, so stay tuned. We'll keep the fighting running right on through. And the fight begins. Teams taking positions, with Team 2 the first to engage. Team 1 lost 1 fighter. Fighters on the rail working to sweep. Double team in the center of the field. Off the rail. 2 hard axe shots. It's 5-3 now. Team 2 with the advantage. Hard axe shots raining in. Body, head, withstanding those blows. And it's 5-1. Fight is stopped. A great round for Captain's Choice, Team 2. That's the last round for the women's 5 versus 5 team. They should be heading off to determine the individual scores. Ready to decide the competitors for that team to represent the U.S. We're glad you're joining us today. We're broadcasting live from Clemson, South Carolina at the T. Ed Garrison Rodeo Arena. As Warlords White and Peacocks prepare to take the field. Reminiscing back to my first tournament several years ago in Springfield, Illinois. We were in a small horse corral area at the Springfield Fairgrounds. We had a few fighters from the U.S. We had some fighters flown in from overseas, and a great chance to learn from some of those fighters to put on a nice seminar for us before the tournament on Saturday. I was able to buy some used armor from those guys to empty out their suitcases for souvenirs to take back home. It's a really great experience in my first tournament with international competitors. I was fighting longsword that day and began announcing that day as well. This is really a passion project for everybody involved here in the U.S. Our sound crew today donating their time, our marshals and EMS staff donating their time. Trying to watch this sport grow in a healthy manner. Happy to compete with each other here and ready to find their spots for Team USA to compete internationally. We've got the Peacocks in blue and white on the right side of the field. Warlords White in the burgundy, white, and blue on the left side. A hard act shot to begin the contact. Fighters working to take down Josh Waters. Standing strong early. We've got a fighter down based on armor. 2 fighters down on armor and 2 down for fighting. This round stopped, looks like 5-1. 5-1 in favor of Warlords White. The Peacocks bringing in reserves, needing some armor repair quickly. Diana, proud mother of number 6, on which team? Gates are shut and locked, ready for the second round. Palmetto Knights bringing out 3 axes and 2 shields.
Yeah. Wait for this next one.
Up next, we have Warlords Black and Swamp Foxes to wrap out the preliminary rounds. Looks like Warlords bring 3 shields, 2 axes. Lots of movement in the center of the field. Seems to be a weapon down. 2 Palmetto Knights fighters down. It's 5-on-3. 5-on-2. And 5-on-1. Warlords White winning the round. A quick round.
Now you can.
Based on my scoring, I see 3 wins for Warlords White. 3 wins for Ordo Draconis. 2 for Cerberus Emissus. 2 for Plague Rotten. And 1 for Peacocks. The scorekeepers are preparing the brackets. Ready to move forward in just a few minutes. Diana, shout out to number 6 on the Mythics, cheering on her daughter. It looks like Club Knyaz USA was eliminated, Warlords Black eliminated, and Swamp Foxes eliminated. We're waiting official scoring, but at the moment it looks like Warlords White, Ordo Draconis, Cerberus Emissus, and Plague Rotten will advance. Waiting to see for official scoring. Warlords Black and Swamp Foxes are up next. Neither have a win yet. Two teams meeting in the center of the field for this last prelim bout. These fighters, if they're following the scorecard, they probably realize this is likely to be their last fight of the day in the 5 versus 5. Though we have the 12s coming up after the 5v5 finals. Warlords Black in the black tunics. Swamp Foxes in quarter white and blue. Thanks for cheering on the Swamp Foxes, Ragnar. Glad to have you on the stream. Getting ready to start the final preliminary round. Warlords Black on the left. Swamp Foxes white and blue on the right. Warlords Black fighting out of Dallas. Swamp Foxes out of South Carolina. One Swamp Fox down already. Hard fight battle on the near rail. And another Swamp Fox down. It's 5-3, favor of Warlords Black. Hard shots in a 2-on-1 match, the top of the field. Hard shoulder shots raining in. That fighter standing strong, trying to sweep back while he's getting pelted. And there's contact down. It looks like 5-2 in favor of Warlords Black. The Swamp Foxes were in a similar situation earlier today. Still 5-2. Swamp Fox is standing strong. A swing and a miss. And a solid hit. That Swamp Fox fighter working for a weapon. Still 5-2. Swamp Fox fighting back. Three on one on the right side of the field. 2-on-1 in the left corner. Hard kicks coming in from Warlords Black. Warlords switching out weapons, but Swamp Fox not giving up. And the Palmetto Knights fighter has, they've dropped their weapon and they're down. It's 5-1, Warlords Black.
My arm hurts now.
Agreed.
Okay.
That round going to Warlords Black. We've got a Swamp Fox fighter being helped off the field.
His arm is bad.
That's the fighter that took numerous shots to the right arm. Did not go down. Well, until the very end, he was the last Swamp Fox fighter to go down. Lots of hard shots there. Swamp Fox is fielding again.
Someone hold the Warlords here. Break that little back fighter. You gotta have him break something, right? Good check. Slow ball we got here. Let's fight!
Contact between Swamp Foxes and Warlords Black. Possibly the final round of the prelims. All fighters still standing. Great movement. Another swing and a miss. Hard shots landing low. Hard shots on the head of the tall fighter in the near corner. The Axeman choosing a different target. One Swamp Fox down. It's 5-4 Warlords. And another Swamp Fox down. And it's 5-1. A hard-fought round for both teams. I'm being corrected on an earlier statement
The top 3 teams will advance. The top 3 teams will advance.
So that was the last round of the preliminary bouts. Scorekeepers are tallying up, ready to announce the semifinals. Earlier today, starting at a little after 9 a.m. Eastern time, we had the men and women's duels. Yesterday, the first day of Carolina Carnage, we had the HMB USA National Qualifiers for the pro fights. If you're new to the sport, the pro fights are one-on-one, basically MMA in armor. That stream is on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page. This morning, the duels were held to crown the champions that will be representing Team USA at the HMB World Championships Battle of the Nations later this year. Fighters taking a short break as the scorekeepers tally. Aaron, if you're talking about the giant on the Swamp Fox team, that's going to be Ian. After the 5 versus 5 bracket is run to the finals, we'll have the 12 versus 12. A big thanks to all the volunteers helping out today, setting up the ring, marshaling, working staff, security, medics, the great crew up here in the broadcast area. Glad to be here presenting this live stream to you. And thanks to Buhurt League as well. In the melee prelims, Warlords White had 3 wins. Ordo Draconis also had 3. Cerberus Emissus and Plague Rotten tied with 2 each. Also, Ordo Draconis tied those. Correction. Ordo Draconis, Warlords White tied with 3. Cerberus Emissus and Plague Rotten tied with 2.
The first fight will be Cerberus versus Warlords Black. Round 2 will be Plague Rotten versus the Peacocks. Round 3 will be the winner of Cerberus Warlords Black versus Ordo Draconis. Round 4 will be the winner of Plague Rotten versus Peacocks. And they will take on Warlords White. 10 minutes, folks. You're ready to go. Those 14, 16, those 16, you're ready to go.
So up next, we have Cerberus Emissus versus Warlords Black. Warlords Black defeating Swamp Foxes to get the final spot in the quarterfinals. After that, Plague Rotten will face the PK Peacocks. The winner between Cerberus Emissus and Warlords Black will move forward. Thanks for the shout out there, Michael. We're doing our best to bring you all the action live from Carolina Carnage. Taking a look in the background there, you see fighters getting ready for the quarterfinals. Some fighters taking their armor off for the last time today. Each of these fighters taking years, in most cases, to get to this point. Their opportunity to represent Team USA at the Battle of the Nations. The United States has been competing in Battle of the Nations since, I believe, 2013 was our first year competing. After talking with several of the fighters from that first year, they were reminding me that they didn't really know what to expect. Many had come from other medieval fighting organizations without the intensity level found at the international competition Battle of the Nations. Many of the Team USA members were wearing thick padded gambesons covered in mail with brigandines or plate on top. After their first bout, I'm told that all of them stripped their armor, dropped the chain, and went back out without it. At events like this, injuries will occur, and many have over the years. It's part of the game. Everybody understands it. So we look out, we see some folks with an ice pack here or there. Red marks, bruises, badges of honor to be displayed later tonight. Shared on social media. And reminders of their hard work and dedication to this sport we all love so much. Many fighters wanted to join us here at the U.S. National Qualifiers and weren't able. We wish them safe travels and able to join us again next year and at all the tournaments in between. Fighters like this develop family across teams, and some individuals here or there may find someone that they don't mesh well with. But by and large, we stand united as Team USA in the betterment of ourselves, our local teams, and our sport overall. It's amazing to think how it grew from so few traveling to Poland all those years ago to this many literally battling it out for the opportunity. These days, Battle of the Nation occurs every other year. Some folks may have been their first experience watching the live stream for Battle of the Nations in 2019. About. I found the sport through friends that competed in Poland. We fought in other leagues, different rules. When they told me about this, I thought, oh no, my friends are going to die. They're going to Poland, and they're going to die, and I'm never going to see them again. Or they'll come back with some of their fingers. They're going to need the rest of them. But I was wrong. And watching the sport grow, I knew I had to join it myself. And it's great to see all these folks out there happy, smiling, working hard. The fighters get a whole lot of focus here. It's obvious. That's the sport. But we have Trey up on the Marshals Tower announcing. We have Marshals in yellow shirts surrounding the field. Marshals putting themselves at risk. Significant risk to maintain the safety and rules of the sport. And every one of them happy to present events like this for viewers like you. We appreciate you liking and sharing the stream with your friends. You never know, one little share of a link could inspire someone else to join a sport that you enjoy. You may be one of those folks. Check out HMBIA.org for a fight team finder. Help you locate your local club.
It says we're streaming, so let's see what's going on. Oh, it's right there. I'm looking at it.
I think it's there on Facebook. It's not in control of that.
Send back that it's on YouTube.
Sounds like we might be having some issues with the Facebook stream. If you're having any trouble with that, make sure that you check YouTube for Buhurt League, broadcasting live from Clemson, South Carolina. Up next, Cerberus Emissus versus Warlords Black.
Second round, Blake Rock coming in from the black in the field versus PK Peacocks coming in from the field. Reminder that the winner of Cerberus versus Warlords Black is Ordo Draconis next, and the winner of the Big Rock versus the Peacocks will fight Warlords White next.
Our field announcer down there has reminded us that the upcoming fight is Cerberus Emissus versus Warlords Black. The winner of that will face Ordo Draconis. Plague Rotten and Peacocks will battle it out. The winner facing Warlords White. Lewis, thanks for the suggestion. We'd love to have a medieval band playing during the break. At a lot of our smaller tournaments, we try to have Sabaton playing, especially during the pro fights. I want to update everybody that's watching on the live stream. The injury I'm aware of yesterday.
We have 115 on Facebook and then another 100. That's only on YouTube.
I'd like to let everybody know over 200 viewers between Facebook and YouTube. And we're going to give you an update on an injury from yesterday. Larry Linnace, Lawrence Linnace, on Facebook if you've seen it. And if you've been involved in this sport for more than about 15 minutes, you know Lawrence. He was marshaling pro fights yesterday and was injured. Basically had his forearm shattered with a falchion. And we are all still very concerned about the health of that falchion. I can only imagine the damage Larry's forearm did to it. Larry was kind enough to allow himself to be injured by that falchion. Wouldn't want anybody else to know how tough and important he is to this whole sport. Larry will be back with us soon, but I think that falchion may have already melted away. In all seriousness, the marshals do put themselves on the line for this sport. If you wonder why those guys in yellow don't wear armor, the information over the years is that anybody in armor on that battlefield is probably going to get hit. So if a marshal puts on a helmet to protect their head, chances are a fighter will turn and see them as a target. And if a fighter sees them as a target, they may not see that their hands or feet are not armored. So our marshals do not wear armor, including gauntlets. So their hands don't look like targets to the ravenous fighters on the field with limited vision. Heal up soon, Larry. Ragnar says you're a stud. I think you're a super stud. Michael, we've got the 12 versus 12 coming up a little bit later. We're working on the brackets for the 5 versus 5 after this break. After the 5 versus 5, there will be another break leading into the 12v12. Fighters and marshals being called back to the list. Ready to begin momentarily. Cerberus Emissus taking the field in black and gold. Warlords Black taking the field in black tunics. So apparently that damaged falchion from yesterday was just scared of Larry. Larry's telling me now he's out of surgery. He has a titanium rod in his forearm. I'm not sure that's going to be legal when he gets back into competition. And internal armor is the only stuff counted. All right, we have Cerberus Emissus in black and gold facing Warlords Black, and contact on the far side of the field. All fighters still standing, although Cerberus fighter breaking away, and we have one Warlord down. It's 5-4 Cerberus. Hard shots raining in on Warlords. A broken axe. He draws his back up. A second Warlord down. 5-4 Cerberus. 5-3 Cerberus. 5-3. These strikes landing on the Warlords on the near side. 5-2 in favor of Cerberus. Marshals watching closely. And it's 5-1. 5-1. Dominant round for Cerberus Emissus.
Round one, Cerberus.
A great first round for Cerberus Emissus. They defeat Warlords in this round. They'll go forward to fight Ordo Draconis. Earlier today, Ordo faced Warlords Black, Swamp Foxes, and Plague Rotten. If that's the case, this will be the first meeting for Cerberus Emissus and Ordo Draconis today. First contact on the far side of the field. One Warlord down. Fast movement by the pole armsman. A second Warlord down, a third. Correction, 2 Warlords down and 1 Cerberus down. And another Warlord down. It's looks like 4-2 in favor of Cerberus. And the fighters knocked into each other, tripping over the Cerberus member. Cerberus Emissus winning in 2.
Cerberus will move on to face Ordo Draconis after the second fight. Plague Rotten coming in from the black end of the field.
Warlords Black doing a great job out there. They've been fighting all day, refusing to give up. Honorable opponents all the way through the tournament. Sounds like there may be a bird loose in the arena. We did see a birdie earlier today being thrown back and forth. The Palmetto Knights Peacocks taking the field in blue and white. I see 2 shieldmen and 3 axes. Plague Rotten taking the field as well. Palmetto Knight, the home team. Palmetto Knights is also my home team. I fight with them in the duels and pro fight categories. I'll rest assured that Buckler will be punching as well. The 5th Plague Rotten member is taking the field now. Sword and shield as well. One final martial check. And we'll get this round going. The Peacocks have faced Cerberus Emissus, Knyaz USA, and also Warlords White. First contact on the near side of the field, and a push up top. Plague Rotten in the backfield. Both teams still with 5 standing. A good dodge from the poleaxe. One Plague Rotten down on the far side of the field. And another. It's 5-3 in favor of the Peacocks. A hard hit from behind. 4-2 in favor of Peacocks. Oh, a hard hit and takedown. Three to 2. Marshals calling stop fight for a visor. 3-1 in favor of the Peacocks. A quick first round. Played Rats earlier today, won against the Swamp Foxes. And again against Warlords Black, losing to Ordo Draconis. This is the first meeting today for Peacocks. Play Rotten. Risto, thanks for cheering on from Finland. Looks like Plague Rotten about to field their 5th member, about ready to go. The Peacocks, 1, 2, 3, 4 axes strong with 1 shieldman. Plague Rotten appears to have 4 shieldmen on the field, and a 5th one likely coming after that. Steel Tiger Media, I agree. The Marshals are doing a great job today. After this, we'll see Cerberus Emissus face Ordo Draconis. The winner of this bout will go on to face Warlords White. It looks like Plague Rotten is fighting with 4. Between armor failures, it looks like they're currently only able to stand 4 fighters up. In cases like this, sometimes the higher left team may leave one person standing aside to join the fight later. Very valiant thing to do. Polite to their competitors. Looks like Kirk for the Peacocks will be sitting back, likely to join the fight later. First contact made by the axeman in the corner. Kirk stoically standing there waiting. We have 1 Plague Rotten down, 2 Plague Rotten down. A Peacock down on the far side of the field, taking a hard axe shot to the head. With 1 Peacock down, Kirk joins the field. A Peacock dropped his axe. He's out of the fight until he can recover. Two Plague Rotten and 4 Peacocks still in it. And Plague Rotten fighting hard until the end. Peacocks win and go on to face Warlords White in a rematch from the prelims. The next bout is Cerberus Emissus versus Ordo Draconis. Ordo Draconis and Cerberus have not met so far today. However, Peacocks and Warlords White have. It would do Peacocks very well for this fight to go long, giving them a little more rest time.
The next fight is Cerberus coming in from the Black Gate versus Ordo Draconis coming in from the front gate. The next fight will be the PK Peacocks coming in from the Black Gate versus Warlords White coming in from the front gate. All right, Peacocks and White.
There are 4 teams left. 3 will have the chance to move on. Cerberus Emissus versus Ordo Draconis. Ordo undefeated on the day, taking the field in black and green. Cerberus with only one loss, taking the field in gold and black. Looking for the weapon spread. I see 2, 3, 4 shields for Cerberus and 1 axe. Ordo has 3 shields and 2 axes. First contact made in a loving manner. And are they going to reset and fight? The fight is still on. Just starting with a little love. And contact made on the near side of the field. An open field fight. Moving to the rails. Marshals watching for rules. All 5 fighters still up for both teams. Two fighters down, 1 from each team. 4 on 4. Four still up. 1 fighter breaking away to replace their weapon. And let's see. Marshall's making the final call there. Look like it's 4-3. 4-3 in favor of Ordo. An Ordo fighter breaking away. Now counting 3-3. Both teams evenly matched. Hard push into the rail. And 2 more fighters down. It's 2-2. The longer this fight goes, the more it benefits the Peacocks. And it's 2-1. An Ordo fighter being pushed over his down teammate. 2-1 in favor of Cerberus. This may be the first time all day that Ordo has dropped a round. A hard fight. The first round going to Cerberus Emissus. And if my scorecard is correct, that is indeed the first round Ordo has lost all day. Great round. Ordo swapping out the reserves. Cerberus as well. Spare weapons being found. Prepared for the next round. I'll tell you, folks, on the live stream, I have to tell you, I got a little nervous seeing them hug like that at the beginning. I thought one team was going to yield. I'm glad to see all the sportsmanship out there on the field. Wonderful to see. But I'm also glad we got to see that fight. This next round is going to be a doozy. The winner of this will go on to face the winner of Peacocks Warlords White coming up next. The team that loses this round will go on to face the loser of Peacocks and Warlords White. Marshall's checking for readiness. Both teams at 5. 4 axes. 4 axes for Ordo. Contact in the center of the field. Hard axe shots on the near fence. Contact across. 3 rails in it. 1 Ordo down. 2 dragons down. 1 Cerberus on the ground. It's 4-3 in favor of Cerberus Emissus. Ordo has not been in this position all day, facing elimination from the finals. An incredible show of balance and strength from that outnumbered Ordo opponent. And that's the fight. No. It's 4-on-2. It's 4-on-2. Strikes to the leg, trying to sweep the opponent. At this point, it looks like most... All right, the Marshals call. Ordo down. Cerberus wins in 2. Cerberus Emissus goes on to face Warlords, the winner of Warlords White versus Peacocks.
Warlords White.
Davos, I agree. Buhurt is love. Taking the field on your left, we have the Palmetto Knights Peacocks in blue and white. Looks like they're fielding 1, 2 axes, 3 shieldmen. On your right, we have Warlords White in the burgundy, blue and white. 1, 2, 3, 4 shieldmen and 1 axe. Correction. 3 shieldmen and 2 axes. Marshall's checking armor again. Make sure it's covering. Looks like Peacocks are going to be swapping out a fighter due to an armor issue. See if you can tie that plate in. He can get back in there.
This is the second semifinal round.
Get back up.
Peacocks, blue and white. Versus Warlords White and white Super.
All right. We're up to 5-on-5. Moving in. The winner of this round goes forward to face Cerberus Emissus. The loser of this round goes forward to face Ordo Draconis. Palmetto Knights in an uphill battle here. And hard axe shots coming in at the near side of the field. Regardless of Warlord's domination on the day, the Peacocks are not afraid to take the fight to them. 1 Peacock down. 2 down, and a hard shot to the near side. It's 5-3 in favor of the Warlords. More hard axe shots, a broken axe. Warlords fighter retrieving their weapon. And another Peacock down. Two Peacocks still standing. And it's 5-1. First round going to Warlords White. Stopped at 5-1. Fighters resetting. It looks like Jeff Barnes has had his gorget fixed. Marshall's inspecting. Warlords White adjusting their team. Palmetto Knights, 5 strong. Now 5 strong. Warlords with 2 axes and 3 shields. Palmetto Knights with 3 axes and 2 shields. Again, the winner of this bout will go forward to face Cerberus Emissus in the finals. Peacocks taking the center of the field. A hard shot, taking the Peacock down. Lots of movement across the center. A weapon drop and a fighter down from an axe shot. Two Peacocks still standing. Only 2 left in it. 5-2. Warlords take the last Peacock down, and it's 5-1. Warlords advancing. We have a Peacock. Appears to be injured on the field. We've got the EMTs in there checking him out. He dropped his weapon in the fight, and as he was running back to retrieve another weapon, he took a hard axe shot. I don't know if it found a gap in armor, may have just surprised him, hopefully just knocked the wind out of him. I don't see any obvious external injuries. He's using his right hand. And he's up and walking off the field. Glad to see it.
There will be a 10-minute break before the last 2 fights.
The
First fight up will be for 3rd place. It will be Ordo Draconis coming in from the flag end of the field versus the Peacocks coming in from this end of the field. The finals will be Cerberus from the flag end of the field versus Warlords coming in from this end of the field. 10-minute break before the Ordo Peacock fight.
So the field announcer has just informed us that there will be a 10-minute break leading up to the final 2 bouts. The first bout after the break will be Ordo Draconis versus Peacocks. For 3rd place. And then the finals, Cerberus Emissus versus Warlords White. Now the finals that are coming up in 2 bouts They're not the final match of the day. After this, we'll be taking a short break, hopefully a short break, and jumping right back in for the 12s. Rounding out the day with a 12 versus 12. You got about 10 minutes if you need to take a bathroom break. Grab a chili dog and be right back with us. If you have any questions, drop them in the live stream. Either someone in the broadcast booth or one of the folks working the stream will try to help answer that. Shout out where you're from. We're up to 320 viewers. High total for today. This is day 2 of Carolina Carnage, brought to you live from Clemson, South Carolina at the T. Ed Garrison Rodeo Arena. Yesterday featured the HMB Pro Fight USA qualifiers, with the men and women selected to represent in each weight class. Today's fights began with the duels. Results from the duels today: men's sword and shield, Nathan Renaud took first place, Mickey Guido in second, Anton Malikov in third. Women's sword and shield, Shoshana Shellens took first, Jade Bowden in second, Alex Sloan in third. Men's polearm, Matthew Cregan took first, Kelly McMim second, and Lorenzo Sorrentino in third. Women's polearm was won by Lauren Luckin. Second place, Alex Sloan. Men's long sword, number 1, Jonathan McCartney. Second, Lorenzo Sorrentino. And third place was Justin Dottie. Women's long sword won by Shan Lindley. Second place, Alex Sloan. Men's sword and buckler won by Nathan Renaud. Second place, Anton Malikov. Third place, Luke Sauser. Women's sword and buckler, Jade Bowden took first. Shoshana Shellen took second. And Alex Sloan took third. Rosie, thanks for watching from Benson, Minnesota. Your son is in the 12 versus 12s, and we're looking forward to it. The lineup for the 12 versus 12. Got that here. See what I can pull up in just a moment. For the Melee 12s, we have 6 bouts. The first will be basically Monsters versus Warlords. Second, the Golden Horde versus PK Ponchos. Third, the Golden Horde will face the Warlords. And the PK Ponchos will fight Basically Monsters. Then Basically Monsters versus Golden Horde and Warlords versus PK Ponchos. Set up in a round robin format. With any luck, there'll be a tie somewhere in there and we'll get some extra fighting. Nick 8, thanks for the comments. We appreciate you out there. We're doing our best up here in the broadcast booth. Assisting me up here, Greg on tech, video and sound. Kathleen assisting as well. And Brent was helping set up earlier. Brent, a hard worker out there fighting with PK today. And I'm Jonathan the Dr. Holloway, the voice for Carolina Carnage today. We're so glad to have you with us. Thanks for Iron Lions watching from Germany. Glad to have you, sir. Keep those questions coming in. We'll do our best to answer them during the break. Looks like we have 5 teams for the 12s coming up after this. They will get a break to water and breathe and be back at it. So while we're going through this, maybe you've just gotten a link shared with you by a friend on Facebook or social media somewhere, and you're like, what the heck is going on here? Why didn't I know about this sooner? What can I do to get involved? We'll answer those questions in direct order. First, what is going on here? This is the United States HMB Nationals choosing the champions to represent Team USA. These fighters have been competing all year long, training, working seminars to better themselves and their team to get out here and fight to represent their country at the Battle of the Nations. This sport is Buhurt. For the melees that you've just been watching, we had 5 versus 5 teams. A fighter is out if their armor fails to the point of not meeting the requirements, or if they hit the ground. If they hit the ground, they stay where they're at and are many times an obstacle for the rest of the fighters on the field. If a fighter loses their weapon, they can no longer act aggressively and must re-armor from assistance on their end of the field. The fight continues in 5 versus 5 until they're outnumbered 3-1. Many times we've seen 2 versus 1 scenarios where the 1 prevails. We have men's 5 versus 5 occurring today and women's 5 versus 5. Earlier today, if you've been joining us for most of the day, if not, you can catch up by watching the stream later. We had the duels. 4 different duels formats. First is sword and shield. Fighters work for weapon contact only. Solid strikes count. Shield punches are not allowed. It's more of a finesse game. Grappling is not included in duels. Duels consist of the sword and shield, also the long sword, the two-handed sword competition, sword and buckler competitions, and polearm competitions. Sword and shield, long sword, and polearm are fought on a timed basis. The fighter with most points wins. Points counted from solid weapon contact. Sword and buckler is counted in a best 2 out of 3 round scenario. Rounds are scored on first to 5 solid contact. If a fighter wins their buckler round in just 2, they're able to advance quickly. The pro fights, which were featured yesterday, are basically MMA and armor. And I may be biased, but they're my favorite part of the sport. Kicks, punches, knees, elbows, takedowns, and throws. Basically a 1 versus 1 version of what you've seen in the melees. However, in pro fights, once your opponent is grounded, you can continue to fight for a brief period of time, scoring a few extra points. Those folks you see walking around the center of the screen and around the edges, those are marshals wearing yellow. You might ask, like I did when I first saw this, why aren't they armored up? They're protected primarily by virtue and speed to get out of the way. They're not combatants. They're in there for safety and rules. Watch for this, the third place bout. You can see on the screen in white and blue, the Palmetto Knights, Peacocks, the home team from South Carolina. They'll face Ordo Draconis in green and black.
This fight is the third place.
Palmetto Knights bringing 4 axes and 1 shieldman into the fight. Ordo, I see 2 shields, 2 axes, and 1 large 2-handed falchion. That falchion is going to bring thunder right into the corner. And again, 2 fighters down already. 1 for each team. It's 4 versus 4. Hard shots coming into the back of the Peacock. 2 more Peacocks down. And a 3rd in the corner. It's 4-1 in favor of Ordo Draconis. A fast first round. The fighters that went down were out of the fight as soon as they had 3 points of contact. The fight was stopped with 1 fighter from the Peacocks still standing because it exceeded the 3 versus 1 ratio. 2 versus 1 can be overcome. 3 often results in injury. So any ratio above 2 to 1 is stopped. PK taking the field. Again, this fight is for 3rd place. The Palmetto Knights have to win this round to stay in it for 3rd. A swing and a miss in the center of the field. And Ordo goes down first. 2 Ordo down, 1 Peacock down. It's 3-3. And now 3-1 in favor of Ordo. A valiant effort on the part of the Peacocks, fighting strong. Ordo Draconis taking 3rd place on the day. Next fight is Cerberus Emissus facing Warlords White. Cerberus Emissus defeated Ordo Draconis earlier in the day to advance to the finals.
Our final match will be Cerberus coming in from the black gate versus Warlords White coming in from the black gate. Here are the 2 teams of 5 versus 5.
Throws are allowed in Buhurt and in pro fights. Throws are not allowed. No grappling is allowed during the duels. As far as weapon limitations, you can go to HMBIA.org and take a look at the rules in English to see the details of it. But basically, the weapons are not sharpened, as they would serrate anyway, more so than they already do. Thrusts are not allowed in any version of this sport. None of our rule sets are allowed for thrusting because it is very dangerous. Shield punches are allowed, but shields are limited by weight. Weapons are limited by weight as well, and also length. Many different subcategories exist. You'll see a variety of different types of one-handed swords. From basic arming swords to falchions with a heavier front end. I've only seen a handful of maces on the day. Lots of single-handed axes being used. Primarily, the double-handed weapon is the axe, though occasionally you'll see a 2-handed sword. Ordo Draconis brought one on the field in the previous fight. On the right side of the field, you see the Warlords Team White advancing with 4 shieldmen and 1 axe. On the left side of the field, in yellow and black, we have Cerberus Emissus. Blue, not only are staring contests allowed, but there was a vicious hugging fit to start a previous round. Center contact for the finals. Neither team wanting to give up the first. Fights on the near fence in the far corner. The action spread out across the arena. All fighters on both teams still standing. Which team will have the first fall? It looks like Warlords White has the first man down. It's 5-4 in favor of Cerberus Emissus. It looks like an axe got stuck in a Warlords member in his face mask, but it's since been freed. It's 5-4 for Cerberus Emissus. That kneeling fighter in the corner is staying there on purpose. When a fighter goes down, they must stay where they're at. And a Cerberus fighter down. It's 4-4. Hard axe shots raining in. We've got 3 groups of fighters on the field. Warlords fighter breaking away. And another Cerberus down. And another! It's 4-2 in favor of the Warlords White. Warlords stalking Cerberus. One on the rail and one in the far corner. Warlords not wasting arm strength with strikes. They're looking for leverage to take one of these fighters down. As soon as I say that, Warlords White starts wailing punches and strikes. Again standing, and Cerberus has taken down a Warlord. It's 3-2. They're going to try to push him back and make him trip. It's 3-2 now in favor of Warlords. Kicks in the corner. (3-2) in favor of the Warlords. Outnumbered in the corner is Cerberus. Taking hard shots to the hand and arm. Still standing. His teammate running over. For reinforcements. Marshals, watch that. There we go. Fighters are not allowed to grab the blade of any weapon, including their own. Not only is it a rule violation in general, it's a safety concern. Though the blades aren't sharp, they definitely get serrated and nicked well enough to cut through gloves. And the helmet is off. It's 3-1 in favor of Warlords. The Cerberus fighter's helmet came off. And the first round goes to Warlords White. Great action for the first round of the finals. Cerberus, reinforcing now, needs to win this round to stay in. If Warlords win, they get first place and first pick for their team in the 5 versus 5, representing the U.S. There are just a few fighters in the background sitting. Those are the ones that just got off the field for the most part. Though we're limited on spectators here in the stands, everyone else in the arena is standing, including myself. This could be the final round. If you're driving your car now, pull over and watch this fight. If you're out in public, don't wander into the street. Find a safe place to finish this round. You're not going to want to miss it. The energy is palpable in the arena here. Warlords stacking up with 3 shields, 4 shields, and 1 axe. Cerberus, it appears, has 2 axes and 3 shields. Marshall's checking in. Fighters ready. And we're for the second round of the finals. Again, if Warlords win this round, the tournament of 5-5 is over. Cerberus has to take this round to stay in it. And a hard hit in the center. Trading opponents. Cerberus desperately trying to take down a Warlord on the right side. A 3-2 fight over there. All fighters still standing. Warlords can afford a loss here, but they certainly don't want to take it. They want to win this round. A strong knee in the far corner. Folks tying up on the right. A hard axe shot coming in from Cerberus. He's taking that axe over. A Warlord stepping in. One solid axe shot landing to an arm before he can protect his teammate. The action all along the far rail. 5 fighters still standing on each team. Each team trying to get one fighter to break away to create a double team. And 2 fighters are down, 1 from each team. It's a 4-4 fight all along the back rail. Fighters have to be aware of those down opponents and their down teammates. A hard axe shot being prepared. Another hard axe shot raining in on the Warlords. Marshall stepping in for a rules check. That Cerberus fighter has energy back and is down. Another Cerberus fighter down. Warlords are up 4-2. They were in the same position last round, and Cerberus came back to take out one more fighter. Will they do it this round? It's still 4-2. And the fight ends. That's it. Warlords win. Warlords White win. They're the 5 versus 5 USA HMB champions for 2021. They'll go on to represent Team USA at the Battle of the Nations. The fighting isn't over today, folks. We'll give a brief recap. We're going to take a break from fighting as we recap and answer questions, but the 12 versus 12 is coming up next. Great rounds from Cerberus in the yellow and black and Warlords White in the burgundy, blue and white.
Congratulations to the Warlords White. 5v5. Fighters, there's going to be a 30-minute break before the 12v12. 12v12 is going to start back at 5:35. 5:35 for the 12 versus 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's what I've been. You can see where it's been heading.
Yeah.
That's what I had to put the flag for.
I wonder why it suddenly went that way.
I think it's drifting from a few places. It's drifting and hitting that wire. It makes it go to other places.
I wonder if it's condensation.
Or is it raining outside?
I'll go look and see if it's raining.
If anybody received a pin release, please return it to the marshal table.
Yes, sir.
All the cameras are here.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Okay. I know. I appreciate the update.
Is there any way you can move some food and stuff to go through?
From away or something. It's not giving us.
Awesome. Very cool. No, I haven't. I'm still hoping for a weekend trip if y'all are down for it. I've got the bikes to outfit you and Kevin. You got it. Okay. Wow. Wow. Does that include room and board, and a bow, and a personal masseuse? Wow. Must be good. Well, hopefully it'll be a bow. Yeah, right. Right. That's awesome. Well, that'd be awesome. Absolutely.
I'm going to set up here. It's a tower. I'm going to slide the whole table forward a little bit. Yeah. I don't mind if it hits me, but I do mind if it hits this stuff.
That's awesome. I'll look forward to getting up there. over here at Tia Garrison Arena for some of that medieval stuff. I should have sent y'all the live stream. The medieval fighting stuff's going on here. Unfortunately, we're not allowed spectators, but the live stream is good. That is true. I would agree with that. We got the 12 versus 12 stuff coming up. 15 minutes or so.
5:45 edition. 5:45 I think.
Oh no, it's 12 versus 12 all at the same time. We just finished up the 5 versus 5. 5 versus 5 is kind of the premier stuff.
Oh no.
Premier wrestling group. And then when you get on out to the larger teams, you're kind of typically but it's still pretty wicked as well. So.
Oh, I have an umbrella in my car. I don't know if that would help, but it might be able to shield from it. Now it would just roll off onto the other side. Never mind.
I have two in my car.
Yeah, it's still
Well, as soon as we can have spectators, yeah, that'll be good.
A tent would be good.
That's always seems to be how it goes. People look for their shoelaces or put their socks on. Not the whole fight, just the first round. That's right. Wiped the floor with that thing. What's that? Yeah, that makes it really good. 2 or 4 weeks. And having an in sparring months and months. Yeah, and watching all the fight every day is making me think the people that win today have to commit to go to the World Championships. They keep moving it, rescheduling it, whatever, so I'm not going to play dancing around with that.
So, yeah. Mostly still around here, but it is occasionally hitting on here. Everything that we said here is because of the, and there's only a certain distance between
I will
these,
plan to be there
and
as
that
early as I
is
can.
stuff.
Probably no earlier than 9:30. Somewhere between 9:30. I'll give you a shout before I head to work.
Oh, really? Oh. So can you shoot with me today? Okay. You got this?
No. Wait.
Okay.
There's still a lot of cables that I have to deal with.
I'll send, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the call, and I'll send you that link to the live stream.
Except for, what's this? Right here. Oh, untake that. Just hopefully from that, unplug that for I got this on lockdown. That's a cable I can't move, but this one I can. That's it. I wish I knew this here.
I'm going to go to our white camera. Can I?
I don't think they're using it.
Yep, they're using that one.
Yeah, so you're on 2.
Yeah, it wasn't 2. I just switched it to 4.
Okay.
We're getting a nice shot of us like changing.
So where's that power supply? Here it is. goal of this was to move the table forward, so we can do that. Move it to that side. That should get us far enough from all the mess. Where did my phone go? I don't know how many total controls they're doing, because it sounded like they had a lot. That's a lot. Especially if it's best 2 out of 3. That's a minimum of 12 bytes. Probably more like 17 or 18. now is what's for dinner tonight. It's not going to be barbecue. Barbecue I had yesterday, chicken potatoes.
I went by Outback because that's where they say it.
I went by Outback yet.
And I went around it because there was nowhere to park it. I just went home.
Yeah, no, Outback wasn't that good. Anyway, there's a place Outback, like 80 something, that looked pretty good. I also went to something big, which is
Something big?
it was good.
Yeah, they're always.
It is really good. I've been here before. I always look up for that place, but it was unkind. You guys are definitely ready to go.
Anything good going on in the live stream, Kat?
Someone said that they like seeing other people get hit with an iron stick.
I wish you like that.
Buhurt League had to sit there and say we exceeded the 8-hour limits.
I wonder if they restarted the stream.
Probably.
Basically,
Oh wow, yeah, I totally didn't even write down the matchups yet. I got a picture of it, but I didn't write it down.
Golden Horse coming in from the flat tower. PK coming in from the front.
Yeah.
Tell me when.
We're ready.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the finals, the final matchups of Carolina Carnage, the USA HMB National Qualifiers. Earlier today, we saw the champions crowned in the duels. And about 30 minutes ago, we saw the teams competing and winning in the 5 versus 5 melee category. We're about to witness the 12 versus 12 melee category. We have 5 teams competing. In the 12 versus 12, the first round will be between the Warlords and basically Monsters. The second round will be between the Golden Horde and the PK Ponchos, standing for Palmetto Knights, the South Carolina home team. The next round will be Golden Horde versus the Warlords. Following that, we'll have the PK Ponchos versus basically Monsters. Following that, basically Monsters will then face the Golden Horde. And wrapping up with Warlords versus PK Ponchos.
Is the best 2 out of 3 each round. There are 4 teams, so each of the 12 versus 12 teams will get to fight 3 different opponents.
Correction from my earlier statement, there are just 4 teams competing in the 12 versus 12, but we're going to have it in a round-robin setup, so each team gets to fight the others. Not a bracketed format. You see the 2 teams on your screen now. On the right, we have the Warlords fighting out of Texas. And on the left side of your screen, I'll move it over in just a moment, we have Ordo Draconis in black and gold, or black and green, and Cerberus Emissus in black and gold, forming the team of basically Monsters. If you're just tuning into the live stream for the first time, Welcome to day 2 of Carolina Carnage, broadcasting live from the T. Ed Garrison Arena in Clemson, South Carolina. If this is your first time watching this sport, a few basic rules. This next round will be 12 versus 12. A fighter is out either when they touch the ground with 3 points of contact, usually falling, or if their armor is damaged to the point that it is no longer safe. If a helmet comes off, a visor comes up, a gauntlet comes off, they are out of the fight. Otherwise, no thrusts with the weapons. Weapon strikes are limited to the back of the neck and back of the knee. Strikes in other locations are allowed, but no strikes to the back of the knee or the back of the neck. These weapons are steel. While they aren't sharpened, after a day of fighting, they've been nicked and cut and serrated from weapon contacting weapon, and will be sharp to the touch. Weapon strikes are not counted for points in the melee rounds. You take an opponent out when they hit the ground. In the 12 versus 12 combat today, these will also be best 2 out of 3. Several polearms lining up on the right for Warlords. About an equal number for Basically Monsters. Basically Monsters look like they're starting in the corner of the field already. Warlords in a straight line. We've got both lines moving forward. And Monsters making first contact. A Monster fighter is in the backfield, taking out Warlords already. One Monster down, one Warlord down. Another Warlord down. Fighters falling in all corners of the arena. Marshall stepping in on the near side. Monsters appear to have the advantage. Stop fight. Stop fight called by the Marshals. The fights don't necessarily go until everyone is down. The head marshal is counting. That round definitely going to Basically Monsters. Each of these bouts is best 2 out of 3. Folks in the live stream, comment. This is your first time watching the sport. How do you like that first 12 versus 12? If this isn't your first time, who do you think is going to win the second round? All right, the 2 lines standing and reforming. We've got 12 Warlords on the right. And 12 Basically Monsters on the left. A couple of fighters swapping in, fresh from the reserves. They're the winners of the first round, Basically Monsters. Team basically comprised of Cerberus Emissus and Ordo Draconis. On that side, we have the Warlords, a combination of Warlords White and Warlords Black from the 5 versus 5 teams. The second round begins. Warlords need to win this to take to a third round. Basically Monsters can finish if they take this round. Lots of movement in the center. A couple of fighters down. Axe shots raining down in the right front corner. Fighters going down like lumber. It looks fairly evenly matched. A hard axe shot on the front rail. And again, raining in. That Warlord is getting pelted. It looks like the marshals are counting those still standing. It looks like 6 were basically monsters, and it was stopped because they outnumbered 6-1. No, 7. The fighter there in red, white, and blue is also fighting with basically monsters. Basically monsters winning in 2. Next up, we have the Golden Horde fighting the Palmetto Knight Ponchos.
Now to the field, Golden Horde PK Ponchos.
Entering the field on the right, we have the PK Ponchos, a team comprised of the Palmetto Knights, Team Swamp Foxes, and Team Peacocks. Looks like it's also picked up a couple of fighters from Team Knyaz USA. Or Knyaz USA. Still working on that pronunciation. If someone can send me an audio file, I'll do it better next time. Daniel, glad you're enjoying it. We've got the Golden Horde taking the field on the left, wearing gold sashes. There seems to be a black and teal and blue checky heraldry. Cody, thanks for calling out Lorenzo there in the Ursa Stafford, fighting with basically monsters. There you see on the right side of the field, one of the tallest fighters taking the field with a squid on his head. I hear the squid has a bounty. That squid, the most valuable one in Clemson, South Carolina. The PK Ponchos fielding just a few axes. I take that back, just a few long axes, more short axes. Looking at round 2, Golden Horde on your left with the gold sash. PK Ponchos in the blue and white. Someone asked earlier if staring matches were sanctioned. I think we got a few eyes across. I can't tell who that squid is staring at. Looks like the Golden Horde is made up of possibly death dealers from Las Vegas, as well as the Plague Rotten team. We're lining up for the second round of 12 versus 12. Dante Swift is updated to say that might have been James Brooks in the Ursus Tavern.
Modern footwear, modern tread. Rubber is modern tread. Modern tread for your foot. It's not approved footwear. We've been saying this for a while. What we came up with is you can fight, but you get a yellow card.
We're getting an update on footwear rules from the marshals. Looks like they're stating that rubber footwear is fine, but rubber treads are not. Again, thank you folks for joining us for the day 2 of Carolina Carnage, brought to you by Palmetto Knights and Buhurt League. Palmetto Knights are the local hosting club, the premier medieval fight club for South Carolina. We're coming to you live from Clemson, South Carolina at the T. Ed Garrison Arena. The action this weekend has been to determine the U.S. National qualifying champions for HMB's World Championships at the Battle of the Nations this year.
All right, we just got off the phone with the HMBIA International Association, and the interpretation of the rule is a smooth historical shift. I interpret that as a rubber sole. That's why we call Europe. That's why we clarify these things. They're good to fight. Let's fight.
And the marshal clears the fight to go. The marshal has cleared the fight, and now he has cleared the fighting area. A smart move. The Golden Horde on the left. PK Ponchos on the right. Beating at both rails. Gaps in the center of the ring. Axemen swinging blind. Blind strikes to those fighters. Swords drop. We look to have a couple of folks disarmed on the upper rail. A hard shot in the top portion of the screen. And another hard shot to the shoulder of that fighter. Couple of Horde fighters down. Looks like all of PK Ponchos is still standing. One Poncho is short a weapon. Getting a replacement now. One Poncho down. And another, and another. It looks like the Golden Horde is up, but the fight is still on. Most of the action happening in the right corner of the field. A good spin out. And the Poncho is still up. Outnumbered, but keeping at it. It's hard to tell in that group, but it looks like 4 Ponchos I'm counting still up. 5 Ponchos still up. And a Poncho down hard. We've still got action going on the near ring. A couple of Horde members have been taken down. Counting 1, 2, 3,
4 or 5 Horde members still up, maybe 6. 6 still up. And the fight is called. Fighters, stay down. Marshall's counting. First round going to the Golden Horde. Another hard-fought round. The squid is still attached, though not atop the helm. The Horde reforming. Ponchos swapping out reserves. We're only in round 2 of the 12 versus 12 men's melee. The next fight will be with the Golden Horde and the Warlocks. Golden Horde in there now. Hopefully they'll get a little bit of a breather before facing that dominant team of the Warlocks. Warlords White dominating in the 5-on-5, winning the 5-on-5 berth to the Battle of the Nations. Basically Monsters won the first round of 12s against the Warlords. Counting the fighters on the field. We got 12 for the Horde. And 12 for the Ponchos. Ready to go for round 2. Contact in the center of the ring. A hard shot, and a Poncho goes down. Another. Dominoes in the right corner. Shots coming into the leg. And hard axe shot into the shoulder. Action along the top rail. And each team loses a fighter along the top. Need to get marshals on that neck up there. Marshals, watch that weapon grip. And the fight is stopped on ratio.
We have a stop fight. Hold your position.
Looks like that round going to the Horde.
It's something for
I hope you've been enjoying the live stream today. If you've been watching since the duels this morning, give a shout out in the chat. Love to recognize you for sticking with us all day long. We've got a 10-minute break coming up, announced by the arena announcer. We'll give Golden Horde a 10-minute break to recoup. They'll face Warlords next. After that, PK Ponchos and basically Monsters. I have it on good authority that squids are actually accurate to the medieval era. Maybe not as hats, certainly, but I believe they predate most humans. Yes, Mark, that absolutely was an axe grip on that neck. I'm sure the marshals are talking about it right now. Rosie, thanks for sticking with us all day today.
I think people on the live stream should be making comments right now on the team should make before the next round.
So the question there about the axe grip on the neck. When trying to grapple an opponent's head, you can grapple with your axe or weapon around their helmet, though you can't grab the blade of a weapon, any weapon, even your own. But you cannot grapple that across a neck alone. Grappling across the neck alone puts tremendous strain on the neck. So grapples must be higher up. Dante, thanks for joining us since men's longsword earlier in the day. We'll give you credit for the full day's watch. Joseph, thanks for being here since the duels. The excitement is certainly in the melees, but never forgetting the duels and the pro fight competitors, many of whom also fight on the melee teams. Team is taking a little bit of a breather. We'll go ahead and give you an update on the scoring from earlier in the day. Yesterday, on day one of Carolina Carnage, we had the pro fights for men and women. I have not seen the weight class choices out of that yet, but this morning we had the duels. Men's sword and shield was won by Nathan Renaud. Mickey Guido in second. Anton Molokov in third. Women's sword and shield was won by Shoshana Shellen. Second place, Jade Bowden. Third place, Alex Sloan. Men's polearm, Matthew Cregan took first. Kelly McMinn, second. Lorenzo took third. Women's polearm, Lauren Luckin took first. Alex Sloan came in second. Men's longsword, first place was Jonathan McCartney. Second place, Lorenzo. Third place, Justin Dottie. Women's longsword, first place, Shan Lindley. Second place, Alex Sloan. Men's sword and buckler, Nathan Renaud for his second first place win of this year. Anton Molokov in second, his second podium. Lucan Salzer came in third. Women's sword and buckler, Jade in first, Shoshana in second, and Alex Sloan in third. Tyler, thanks for joining us for the 5v5s. After the live stream is over, it should be recorded and you'll be able to watch it later to catch up on all the great action that you missed earlier in the day. Lisa, thanks for being here yesterday and today. Shout out to Legion of Honor, still watching. Hope that watch party is going great for you guys. Decade, thanks for being here since the duels. Good commentary going on in the live stream. Appreciate y'all's participation today. Just a few more minutes until the next round. While we're here, another shout out to an injured marshal. Lawrence Lanese is recovering with a titanium rod in his arm. Apparently, a falchion thought it was dumb enough to try and take on Larry. At first we thought the falchion was bent, and now we still can't find the thing. No other major injuries that I'm aware of. Some folks with some wind knocked out. Some knee injuries occurring, I believe. Hopefully just a twist or a sprain. Hopefully nothing major. But our EMS crew doing a great job on site. Tyler, thanks for the shout out, man. Rich Ellswood, good to see you in the chat, my friend. Men's Sword and Shield was won by Nathan Raynaud. Mickey Guido in second place and Anton Molokov in third. Art, I think you're right. With 175 folks watching, I think we can get it up over that 97 like mark. Yes, Mark, Larry got crunched, but I think Larry's done some crunching right back. Thoughts and prayers for that destroyed falchion. Got a view on a little bit of coaching going on down there for Basically Monsters, preparing for their next round. A strong lineup to be sure. Winning dominantly in their first match against Warlords. In 2. The T. Ed Garrison Arena in Clemson, South Carolina has played host to Carolina Carnage for the past few years, and we look forward to hosting it again here next year. Always glad for the hospitality that Clemson, Pendleton, and Anderson show us. Cody shouting out to Richard Ellswick, definitely an OG in this sport. Rich and I had some great fights in the past years at Dragon Con. I look forward to fighting with him again. We see there on the right of your screen, EK Ponchos. Up next, we have Golden Horde versus Warlords. It's going to be a great bout. The Horde fresh off a victory against the Ponchos. Warlords well rested from their earlier loss against Basically Monsters. See a lot of folks calling Warlords, Horde, cheer for your team in that live stream. Just a couple of more minutes. For the next round. Again, if you're just joining us, the winners from this weekend's competition will represent Team USA at the HMB World Championships Battle of the Nations. Field announcer calling the fighters to the field. Mark shouting out to Alex, Chris, Sandra, and all the other soldados at home. Entering there on your screen on the left side of the field, we have the Golden Horde, the Las Vegas Death Dealers, New York Plague Rotten. I see a Club Knyaz USA member joining them as well. Andrew, we hope you're able to join us next year or even sooner. Fighters embracing in the center of the ring. Every one of these competitors have been working all year long, preparing armor, shields, and weapons themselves for a weekend like this, which is even just a prelude to Battle of the Nations later this year. For more information, look for botn.info. Thanks for getting those likes above 100. That's going to create some more exposure. Some people that haven't seen this yet are going to be able to now, thanks to your support. Warlords lining up on the right, Golden Horde on the left, Marshals double checking the count. Looks like one more on the line for the Horde. We're getting ready to start round 3 of the 12 versus 12 men's melee. Tristan, hearing the love in the live stream. You can also check out HMBIA.info for more information. The fighters are ready, and let's begin. Golden Horde versus Warlords. Aiding the Horde forward, Warlords withdrawing. A bit more of a line forming this time than in previous rounds. Still some breaking into the backfield. Horde members going down. Warlords down as well. Identify the Golden Horde by their gold sashes. A hard axe shot into the back. And another hard takedown. Action along the top rail. Dust kicking up here in the T-Ed Garrison Arena. Solid axe shots. And a good kick down to that right corner. A shield punch. And 2 more fighters go down. And again, it's down to 5. It looks like 3-2. 3 for the Golden Horde and 2 for Warlords. Down to 2 versus 1. Those axe shots landing on the shield. 2 versus 1. Warlords White members standing strong. Doesn't look like that axeman quite has the reach to get over top. Now that axe grip around his neck is perfectly fine. It's not putting tension on the neck. He has a little bit of that shoulder in there. He's down. He must let go. It's 1-on-1. It's 1-on-1. And he's down. Warlords one. What a contest! Fighting to the last man. Hope you're enjoying the fighting today. It doesn't get much better than this on U.S. soil. Marshals checking armor and equipment. We have at least one more round. If Warlocks win, they take it. If Golden Horde wins, we go to a third. Up next is PK Ponchos and Basically Monsters. Getting some fresh fighters in there. Both teams bringing in a few fresh faces for the second round. A great comeback in that last round by the Warlocks. We'll see if they can best the Horde this time. Absolutely, leg sweeps, quite underrated. Much more effective in the long run. Marshall's evening up the numbers, make sure we're right. Adam, the Palmetto Knights fought in the 5 versus 5 and also came back as the PK Ponchos for the 12 versus 12. They fought in round 2 against the Golden Horde. We're in round 3, Golden Horde versus Warlords, the second part of their bout. Warlords on your right, Horde on the left in the gold sashes. Horde member down in the corner. Fighters exchanging opponents. A hard hit in the center, but they stay standing. Another fighter down on the near rail. Fighters looking to be blindsided here. Got some pretty good action going on in the far right of the screen. And a running takedown. Sacrificial. Landing on his knee as well. 2 more fighters down. Action all over the ring. It looks like the Horde may have the edge here. That didn't guarantee the win last round. I see 2 Warlords still standing. To 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like a 3-to-2 ratio to me. Marshall's keeping a close eye. There was another Warlord that I didn't see. Warlords still have 3 and fighting back. Warlords down to 2. And it's 1. Stop by.
Let's get it down.
Marshals counting the fighters still standing. That was only round 2. The win going to Golden Horde. Now the Warlords and Golden Horde will face off in a 3rd round to finish this bout. Up next, PK Ponchos and Basically Monsters. Diana, thanks for the correction. I'm doing my best to catch these names correctly. It's been a great and long day up here in the broadcast booth. We're happy to be out here watching these great teams fight. We're almost halfway through the men's 12 versus 12 Melee Championships for the HMB US National Qualifiers. It looks like there's only 11 Horde on the field, bringing on one more. There we go, up to even teams of 12. Make sure you like the stream and share it with your friends. They've got just a bit longer to enjoy the 12 versus 12 melee here from Clemson, South Carolina. The third round of Golden Horde versus Warlords. Hard act shots coming in the middle of the ring. The Axemen lining up, biding their time. The lines are broken and chaos ensues. Most of the fighting on the right side of the ring. Fighters tying up, others breaking free, looking to create an outnumbering scenario, and a hard shot to the head from the Axeman. And a solid shield punch into the back of the Horde member. That Axeman in the bottom right, taken down with a hard running charge. And stop fight call. Marshals have called a stop fight. Looks like there might be an injury. We have EMS on scene, checking out our down fighter here in the corner. In this third round of Golden Horde versus Warlords. I didn't see what caused the injury. If you did, shout it out in the live stream. We've got a great medical staff. Shout out to Glenn for volunteering every year. Looks like they're going to be helping him up. He's up and walking. Cheered on by his fellow fighters.
All right, we're closing the gate fighters back to the cross position.
Getting these guys back to their positions might be a little bit of a challenge, but the Marshals will address it as best they can. It looks fairly balanced.
5, and 3, 2, 1, fight!
Warlords might have the edge here. Looks like they maintain that edge. And a hard shot from the Axeman. And a hard hit against the near rail. 2 fighters down on the left rail. And another down on the near. Stop fight is called.
Hold your position. You're defensive. Never get down.
The fighter that went down was a member of the Plague Rotten team, fighting with the Golden Horde. Still being evaluated on the edge of the field, outside the right gate. Next up, we have the PK Ponchos in blue and white, and Basically Monsters. Basically Monsters, the team of Cerberus Emissus and Ordo Draconis. We're at the halfway point in the 12v12 men's melee. Marshals doing safety checks as they come in. We're very thankful for the volunteer marshals here today. You'll see them in the yellow shirts, many of whom are fighters themselves, volunteering their time and opportunities to allow others to take the field. PK Ponchos on the left of the field, and Basically Monsters there on the right. Marshall's doing the count. Looks like the sides are evenly matched. One last fighter to check. And the gate will shut behind him. Question from the live stream. Women's melee already occurred in the 5 versus 5 earlier today. If you missed it, you can catch the live stream replay after we wrap. The last fight. Lots of action at the top of the field. Riders going down. And fighters maintaining the balance, nearly falling. A hard hit in the center. Both fighters stay standing. Most of the action centered in the top rail. Poncho fighters spinning, looking for a target. Being chased down and taken down. Hard shots raining in there on the squid. Looks like Monsters have the numbers advantage. But the Ponchos down to 3. Poncho's down to 2 fighters. In opposite corners and down to 1.
I didn't catch who won the previous round with Warlords. I was too busy calling it.
I thought it was, I don't know for sure.
Okay.
I thought it was Warlords.
I think so too.
Ready for round 2.
I'm good.
They've been putting it up on the.
Okay.
So you're all right.
Yeah, it worked. No, they're broadcasting the PK. Ready to go? You ready to go in sound? We've got the second round of PK Ponchos versus basically Monsters. Monsters picked up the first round. The last marshal out of the ring. Ponchos have to win this round to take it to a third. Up next, basically Monsters versus Golden Horde. PK fighter first of all. And another. Running action in the center of the field. And 2 fighters down there. And another PK fighter down. Shot to the shoulder. It looks like. And basically Monsters take this round. And the match. We've got a 10-minute break until the next fight, giving basically Monsters a few minutes to catch their breath and regroup.
Round 3 will be basically Monsters versus the Golden Horde and the Warlords versus the Black.
The next fight, basically Monsters and Golden Horde. Basically Monsters with 2 wins already. Golden Horde, I believe, 2 as well.
Hey, Chief! I'm just gonna call him.
He's looking too relaxed. This is, yeah, we're good. You're limited with
Having fun over there. We're having a good time listening to you. So I was too busy calling to pay attention to who won. Who won the last round with Golden Horde and Warlords?
I'm going to put them on the air by side again.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Looks like we topped out at over 300 earlier. I'm not sure where we're at right now because we were streaming on YouTube and Facebook, and we were combining the numbers, and then the YouTube stream continued. The Facebook stream dropped at the 8-hour mark, and I think they got the Facebook stream back up again. Not sure. Oh, yeah. I've been getting a couple of texts from him up here. Apparently, it wasn't a foul hit. I'm not saying that, but he made enough of a joke of it that he's good with it. I didn't realize what step in. Uh-huh. Like my black belt test. If the Horde wins this one and Warlords win the next, they'll be tied at the 12. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Yeehaw. Thanks, sir. Right. Awesome. All right, we're gonna bring back the audio. Sounds good. And we're back, getting ready to start the next round. Basically Monsters versus Golden Horde. Basically Monsters with 2 wins, no losses. Golden Horde 1-1. A great day of fighting here. We had some wonderful duels earlier. Jonathan McCartney went to tiebreakers several times. May have had the most matches of any duelist, winning the men's longsword division.
5 versus 5. Great competition there. Won by Warlords White. Second place in men's 5v5, Cerberus Emissus. And third place, Ordo Draconis. Again, great fighting for the day. Thanks again to the marshals and the staff volunteering their time to be here. Broadcast running at 10 hours strong. Well, maybe just shy of. We're definitely going to get to that 10-hour mark. FedEx, thanks for asking. My name is Jonathan, the Dr. Holloway. Bringing you the action here, live from Clemson, South Carolina. Glad y'all enjoying the background audio. It seems like the laptop mic might be up as well. Hearing the background, behind the scenes action. In just a couple of moments, we'll have Basically Monsters returning to face the Golden Horde. EMS checking out a couple of fighters with ponchos as well. Good day of fighting had around.